Hello, and thank you for joining us at the Dark Reading News Desk for our second day of fascinating conversations with Black Hat newsmakers you won't hear anywhere else. My name is Becky Bracken. I'm an editor with Dark Reading, and I will be one of your hosts today through day two, actually, of interviews bringing you the best of Black Hat USA 2024 wherever you are. Before we get started, I'd like to explain a little bit about how the Dark Reading News Desk works. We've lined up many of the researchers selected to present at Black Hat this year, as well as cybersecurity professionals of all stripes, to try to capture the Black Hat 2024 highlights as they happen, right along with the people behind the headlines. To try to cover as much of the Black Hat action as possible, these interviews are going to be quick. So if you're interested in a deeper dive into these topics, you can always go to darkreading.com, where many of these speakers and their research is being included in our deep conference coverage. With that, let's get on to our very first conversation of the day. I'd like to welcome Ori David, Senior Security Researcher with Akamai. Ori is here at Black Hat to share the findings on VPN post-exploitation techniques. His work is very timely, considering recent attacks against VPN zero-day vulnerabilities against Fortinet, Vanti, Cisco, and Palo Alto. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
So this is obviously an important issue right now, but explain to me sort of why you decided to focus on this for this year.
So seeing all of the VPN compromises last year, all the vulnerabilities, pretty much every other month, a critical remote code execution vulnerability was discovered. And what we saw was that these exploits were being used for one main thing, to achieve initial access into organizations.
Okay.
And I was kind of wondering what else might be possible for attackers to do from this position.
Okay, so what is possible? What did you find?
Yeah, so I focused on what I call VPN post-exploitation, what an attacker can do after compromising the VPN. And two of the main things that we found were that, so first, identities that are used to authenticate to the VPN are going to be at risk if an attacker compromises it. So let's say that one very popular configuration would be to use Active Directory to authenticate to the VPN.
Right.
So what we were able to show is that if an attacker compromises the VPN, they will be able to in a very trivial way, compromise any credentials for Active Directory that are being used to access the VPN.
Wow, so
yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. It can mean that a VPN compromise becomes immediately an entire domain compromise as well.
Why are attackers focusing on VPN 0 days? Is it just that they're finding opportunity, or is there a particular reason why they're drawn to a VPN attack?
So I think the nature of VPNs provide a great opportunity for attackers. VPNs are meant to provide access from the internet to the internal network,
right,
which is great from an IT perspective, but it can also be a very good opportunity for attackers. So this is one part of this, and I think that the second part would be that these devices really, as we saw, have not excelled with security over the years, and attackers are succeeding, so they keep doing it. That's what I think.
What needs to happen in that space? I know, post-COVID especially, VPNs, we started relying very heavily on them and realized that there were some pretty deep security problems. Is there, do you predict that VPNs will be able to catch up, or is the industry pivoting to another technology that is maybe a little bit more secure?
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, vulnerabilities will happen. We can't totally eliminate this risk. So yeah, I think that the general direction of more like zero trust network access solutions, where you don't trust your VPN, let's say, are going to be the better solution going forward. Making sure that a VPN breach doesn't become a full compromise of the network, that it is limited as much as possible.
So you're talking about identity access management, and really, is that where you think the improvements need to come?
Okay, so I'm not sure like an exact one thing or one.
Sure, but you're saying
I would say that
the
principle would be, today what we're seeing is kind of an all or nothing approach. Either you're outside the network and you can't access your critical applications that you need in order to work, or you're inside the network and you have access to everything. So I think the solution is going to be something more in the middle, where you put less trust in your VPN itself. You don't give the VPN full access to the network, because this is what attackers are taking advantage of.
Okay.
If we have a VPN where it is not really exposed to anything interesting, even if the attacker is to compromise the VPN, they don't have the possibility to achieve many other things.
Understood. Talk to me about how technical is this to pull off for an adversary? Is this a relatively mundane task for an average hacker, or is a VPN attack something that you're going to see more from like an APT group or a more sophisticated group?
Yeah, so traditionally we really have only been seeing the top tier nation state threat actors doing these type of things, but I think that my research actually shows that these types of techniques can be much more accessible to less sophisticated threat groups. The techniques that I show are trivial to implement. They are very easy. It's clicking buttons in the GUI of the product. So yeah, I believe that even though that traditionally we have seen mainly APTs using these, I think that much less sophisticated threat groups are going to be able to utilize these types of techniques as well.
Let's talk a bit more about zero trust, if we could sort of unpack this. It is and you mentioned it as sort of a concept that maybe working toward. What advice would you give these VPN providers about sort of trying to move in that direction, maybe not being able to make those changes all in one day or one quarter?
So for providers, I would say they kind of need to change how they work, because the way that VPNs work today, it's kind of up to the clients who actually use the VPN. If they misuse it and give it too much network access,
right,
it's kind of on them. But and you can't treat it from a vendor's perspective. So I think that a solution would be to make it harder to access the internal network, to kind of separate the VPN, where the VPN is not inside the internal network and has full network access, and there are...
How would that work? Can you explain to me sort of what that would look like, a VPN with less access? Because I don't understand how that would work exactly.
So, for example, there are solutions where you have two separate parts to the VPN, one which is exposed to the internet and one which sits internally in the organization. The first one allows you to communicate with the internal one. So it's like kind of a tunneling thing.
Okay.
So even if you were to compromise the external internet-facing section of the server, the only thing that you would get is access to the internal box. And then you will need to find another vulnerability to this thing as well, making it much harder. This is just an example of one thing that you can do to make it harder for attackers.
Does that add a lot of friction for the user, or is that something that can be done pretty effortlessly behind the scenes?
It can be done pretty effortlessly, yeah.
What should security teams know when they are looking at these VPN providers and they're setting up their own systems? Is there, without getting too much into branding, or what are some things that when you're shopping for a VPN solution you should be asking or looking for?
I would say
I know that was it was a bigger question than just a yes or no, but just if you could give our audience some idea that based on your research, you see the VPN landscape slightly differently. And so I just am wondering if you can provide any tips to our audience, what the pitfalls, potential challenges that you can see when you're kind of shopping around for these.
Yeah. So I would say again, going back to what I was previously saying, try to make it so that a VPN compromise doesn't translate into an entire network compromise. That the VPN is separated or allows you to separate it from the internal network in some way. Some VPNs, for example, will require service accounts with strong permissions into other resources in your networks. This is not something that I would recommend using, because at this case, if you compromise the VPN, you get the strong credentials and you can immediately pivot into the other resources. So I'm not sure if there's like a lot of the the work here is going to be also on the client side. I don't think that there's one perfect VPN solution. It's kind of how you use the product yourself. You need to make sure that you don't trust your VPN too much.
That's a good way to say it. Okay, so what other findings or advice can you pull from your research that you can just sort of, what do you want the takeaway to be for the larger cybersecurity community from your work?
So I would say first, understand that threat actors are coming for your VPN. It may sound a bit dramatic, but I do believe that's the case. We're seeing them successfully targeting these devices time after time. So first, get in the mindset of understanding that this is happening. And the second thing is to try to understand the potential risks from a VPN compromise. A VPN compromise can lead to much more than access to your network. And so you need to understand what attackers are going to be able to achieve from compromising your VPN and try to act accordingly to minimize those risks.
Can you tell our audience where they can catch your briefing and where they can learn more about your work?
So my briefing was actually yesterday, so I guess they will be able to see it when it is published online.
And what's the title again?
Tunnel Vision, Exploring VPN Post-Exploitation Techniques.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I want to thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your work with us. It's much appreciated.
Sure, thanks for having me.
Have a great one.
Thank you.
Before we get to our next guest, I'd like to remind everyone that these conversations are just a teaser of the deep technical information being presented here at Black Hat 2024. If you'd like to learn more, please visit darkreading.com for links to research data, coverage of briefings, analysis, and much more. Up next, Dark Reading welcomes Daniel Bohannon, Principal Threat Researcher of Permiso Security, to the news desk. Daniel explains his briefing demonstrating obfuscation, deobfuscation, detection, and LDAP. I got behind my teleprompter. LDAP from lightweight to heavyweight. Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to need a little help here, if you don't mind. Can you explain to me that what is transforming LDAP from lightweight to heavyweight mean?
Yeah, great question. So it's kind of a mouthful of a title, I will acknowledge. I'm kind of known to come up with titles of things that are difficult to pronounce, and it makes me happy that other people have to struggle with it as much as I do.
Yes.
So LDAP is a lightweight directory access protocol. Basically, it's the way that people can issue queries to get information out of Active Directory and those kinds of services. So our whole research focus was, as a defender, I'm always looking for opportunities to know how are defenders detecting things attackers are doing. And obfuscation is the whole realm of saying, can I do something that looks different that still accomplishes the same goal, right? So like just how kids these days will speak in code, you don't know what they're saying. It's like pig Latin, right? So if we can kind of enumerate all those possibilities, as defenders we can get ahead of what is like grammatically possible in a language. And so we chose LDAP for our language for this research, and it was a lot of fun.
And so walk me through how an attacker would use obfuscation in this environment.
Yeah, exactly. So an attacker, let's say there's lots of open source tools that people will use that issue LDAP queries to get information for reconnaissance, for initial, just kind of getting your bearing for when you compromise the system.
And what can they tease out of Active Directory? Like, what's the worst case scenario information they can get out of there?
So identifying, domain admins, things with what are called service principal names for Kerber roasting. Lots of, again, I'm actually not a red teamer, so if you have red teamers asking the same question, I'll be sure to listen to their answers. But there's lots of known things that red teamers will go for in Active Directory. There's lots of open source tools that they can just point, click, run, and it gets all that information. These tools are running the exact same queries. It's open source, so as defenders we can see, oh, it's this exact query with these attributes and a couple of things. So the fingerprint is very, very specific, it's rigid, it's very high fidelity for detections. As defenders, we can get lured into thinking we've written detections that cover this technique. Well, the language is more flexible than we might think. The LDAP query filter language itself has a lot more flexibility, and that's what we try to enumerate in our research, to say, let's understand all the ways we can twist and bend this language so that we can look for evidence of obfuscation. Because
Okay.
So obfuscation, like if I were to show you a simple LDAP query, if you've never seen it before, and I were to show you an obfuscated LDAP query, you would say, that one is unhealthy, right? Because the human mind can really quickly see this is not a normal looking thing. But when you have millions or even billions of these things flying around, getting the right ones in front of human eyes is very difficult. So we wrote a parser for LDAP to do all this obfuscation and deobfuscation, but also to write detection. So our goal is, if you have millions and billions of search filters flying around in LDAP, pump those through this tool, and it will tell you and score those and say, hey, this one is very obfuscated, or it exhibits these techniques that are not normal in LDAP queries. So we're trying to reduce, as a funnel, reduce all this data down to just a very small number that are scored in a way that you can actually say, this one is very very suspect. I want to do something about this.
How widely used is LDAP? Like, is this everywhere? Where is it deployed?
It is essentially everywhere. Any company of size that has any kind of Active Directory is Microsoft's application that implements or compliant with LDAP. There are like Open LDAP is an open source version, but most large companies have some kind of directory service in general. So that part is pretty much everywhere. The challenging part is, as defenders, the visibility isn't nearly as ubiquitous. If you think of I come from a very endpoint and network heavy security background. So there's tons of event logs, there's aftermarket open source things you can add on like Sysmon and all these things. When it comes to LDAP, there's really nothing like that. There's a few open source tools that people can have in lab environments, but they say, do not push this to production. Like, this will take down your server. So like, we're kind of confined to like one or two large vendors that provide this for a very expensive offering as part of their other security stack. But it's kind of I wouldn't call it a blind spot, but you have to have a lot of money to put on glasses to be able to see it in the first place.
Who are the main vendors in that space?
Microsoft is the main one I'm familiar with.
Sure.
So like Defender for Endpoint, Defender for Identity, those are two that get the kind of client-side, server-side visibility. I've been told some other EDR vendors have visibility, but not in a way that you can actually view all the queries. They'll just tell you if they see something interesting, but now you're placing your trust in their rules, and what if you have good people on your team that want to go through that data? It's not there.
Is there a larger awareness that this is a blind spot, like you say? Are teams aware that they can't see what's going on in there, or is this a blind spot that they're not even aware that they have?
People who know about it, I feel like they understand. People who know about it probably only know about it because they have those tools that give them visibility. So like, if you were to search for threat hunting malicious LDAP queries, 9 out of 10 of the blogs you're going to find are going to be people like using one of these products, saying, here's how we can hunt through and look at this stuff. But I think if I'm being completely honest, a lot of people probably have bigger fish to fry. Like, if you don't have visibility into your process executions, like, do that first. Like, forget LDAP. Like, I think there's other things people need to get to first. And if you've covered all those bases, you probably already have one of these big products that is going to give you that visibility.
So where does LDAP fall on the hierarchy of cybersecurity needs? Where is that sort of in the food chain, do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, again, I would say process visibility would be my first take. I would say for LDAP, it's a little more about known tools, like known attack tools that red teamers or hackers are using, and just general kind of visibility. But it's a very noisy thing. Like, think about, it's designed for everyone to talk to it, to say, hey, tell me all your users, tell me all the people in this group. When you're typing somebody's name in Outlook, like, it is querying LDAP with every keystroke to say, tell me all the usernames that start with B, E, C, K. And so like it's meant to be, it's a very chatty thing in general. That's why a lot of tools kind of stay away from it, because it's so much data to go through.
That makes a lot of sense. So there's, what are we going to do? What is the next step of this? I mean, we know that this is a blind spot. We know that we need to get to it. What is the takeaway that you hope that the cybersecurity community takes from your research?
Yeah, so I mean, the first takeaway is, hey, if you don't have visibility into this data source, like, you need to, like put it on your roadmap, make sure that you're working towards getting this visibility. Secondly, if you have that visibility, know that it's a lot more complicated than just these very simple kind of like string-based detections. Because again, as I mentioned, if you Google like threat hunting and LDAP, you'll find a lot of detections that are pretty simple. They're effective today because I think a lot of attackers know many people aren't looking at LDAP, so they don't need to try that hard. I don't need to speak in code if my parents aren't listening in, but if I know people are listening in, okay, now let's come up with our own code language that we can talk and know what we're saying, but no one else knows. And so our focus for this research was draw attention to the data source, but then say, once you're there, things are not always as they appear. So again, don't expect to see, if a tool was written to say, issue a query that says name equals Becky, then, well, they could also say name equals BE wildcard and name equals wildcard CKY. Together, that logically is going to find all the objects with the name of Becky, but now it's split up into two different pieces. That's a very simple example of splitting things up into small places.
Say that again. Okay, so I know it's a simple example, but I do need it repeated. Explain that again.
Yeah, so like, so if I had an attack tool that was looking for people named Becky, right?
Yeah.
And there are very specific strings that people will look, that these tools will look for, like curb TGT or service principal name, all this kind of stuff. But let's take a very specific value. I can issue a query that says name equals Becky. I send that to LDAP, that's what shows up in logs. So if people know this is a sensitive thing, let's write a detection that says name equals Becky, oh, that's this tool. Okay. Well, as an attacker, if I understand very simply, I can break Becky up into multiple smaller pieces and all those things together, then it's still going to give me the exact result I want, but it's going to look nothing like what people are expecting to see. There's lots of different techniques, like you can hex encode characters, so instead of saying BECKY, I can say /62 for B. I can say /63 for C. So these are all just a bunch of nerd speak of different ways that you can represent characters that don't even look like what we'd expect to see written down as an alpha character.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Well, I have learned a lot today. I want to thank you so much for walking me through that.
Absolutely.
Tell our audience where they can check out your briefing and learn more about your work.
Yeah. So we did the briefing yesterday. It's the tool is called maladaptive. That's a play on the words for maladaptive because it's actually quite flexible. And so it's on our GitHub, github.com/maladaptive. We spent over 2,000 hours on this research, which is too much time. It's too much time to spend on one topic, but we're really excited to get it out there. And one more note I would say is that in this research, we had to write our own full custom parser for LDAP because one didn't exist that was open source. We wrote the detection framework, deobfuscation framework, obfuscation framework, and as defenders, so my co-speaker, her name is Sabayate Elizai, we're both defenders, and so we said, let's present all this information and let's release everything except for the obfuscation part. And we've submitted a talk later this year to release the obfuscation part. We want to give defenders at least a 4-month window to get their data sources together so they can be in a good spot to defend it. But we released all the detection rules, and we really hope that people enjoy it. So thank you for your time.
Daniel Bohannon, thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your work with us. It's much appreciated. Now, with that, I will hand you over to my colleague, Terry Sweeney, who will pick things up from here after a quick break. We'll be right back from the Dark Reading News Desk, live at Black Hat USA 2024.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney, contributing editor with Dark Reading, and joining us now on the dais is Saryu Nayyar, CEO of Gurucul. She is being joined by Netta Pitt, CISO with Belk. Ladies, thank you for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us. It's awesome.
We are talking about market disruption in SIM technology, which is a potent and timely topic. There's obviously been a lot of consolidation in the security, information, and event management market. So you kick us off by just helping us understand what's driving all this market consolidation.
Yeah, Terry, that's a great question. There is so much activity going on in the SIM space. It's almost beyond imaginable, right? Because nobody thought a set market that's been around for decades is going to disrupt this fast and this quickly and with the amount of activity we've seen with mergers, acquisitions, or May 15th was a pretty historic day. Some are saying there were multiple SIM companies that crashed and burned that day, and a conversation for a later time. But yes, it's a very interesting time. And why is all of this change happening? The change is happening because when companies weren't really solving the real problems, right? There are a lot of companies who had the promise of going IPO, raised a ton of money, were pushing the go-to-market without really spending the money they needed to do on the product, the R&D, and listening to the customers and solving real problems. And that's led to all of these mergers, and in some ways a lot of dreams being crashed because they really wanted to take the company to a next level, and it's a big market opportunity. We're also seeing a lot of new companies who are in different space understand that there is an opportunity wanting to come in because there are problems to solve, but they're very early and are pushing this platform approach, which after some recent incidents, it's pretty dangerous, right? We got to diversify our risk. So that's what's happening. So to sum it up, I would say lack of innovation, lack of listening to the customers and solving real problems, right, is the key thing, and spending maybe most of the money on sales and marketing versus really building a solid platform.
Thanks for that. Netta, how's it been from the end user perspective? Has it been head spinning or something else? Tell us how that's turned out from your side.
So the rapid change in the market has been, I think from a CISO's point of view, a long time coming, right? It's some of the products that have been, legacy products, you need an army, right? And we don't really have armies, right? And so that's always been the problem. And so in this new market where, the customers like Gurucul are actually listening to, the vendors are actually listening to the customers, that it makes a difference, right? Because the time to market, the time to find the ROI, I don't need an army of people to get these things up and running. So I get visibility at a much faster rate, and half of the battle for CISOs is visibility, right? Okay. And being able to do something with that visibility. So it's been, for me, a long time coming to get to a place where I can really trust and know that I'm going to be able to drive and get that visibility that I need and get that really potent help from the AI and ML engines to help my organization.
Well, let's dig in there. Big data is a significant and a particular challenge in the SIM market, especially with AI. The large language models, these are terabytes and petabytes volumes of data to be juggling in real time, like on exponential levels. But yet you also need to have the visibility that you were talking about in order to calculate an organization's risk posture. Talk about how Gurucul is addressing this challenge, this internal challenge for the SIM technology itself.
Great question, and I would say it's a foundational question that every enterprise, every MSSP is struggling with, right? There is a lot of data. Data is growing very fast, faster than what many predicted, right? So how do you really solve for the problem? One thing we learned with our customers, keeping up our customer obsession value, we spent a lot of time with them, and they would say, listen, what I do with my legacy SIM today is I don't have enough budget, So, and it's very expensive, so I just don't put that data. So how are you tackling those use cases? Well, I'm trying to look for some open source solutions where I can plug in that data and do some analytics outside and spend people time to do it. So, after understanding that for multiple years, we said, let's just take a step back. We're going to first fundamentally solve this, build an intelligent data fabric, and we made a revolutionary announcement. I would say it's the best thing since a slice of bread coming from a technical person. We announced a data optimizer capability, which is helping companies reduce the data by 50% using our out-of-the-box content. I mean, imagine you can now have an advanced SIM capability and still pay a lot less, or rebalance your spend to add in other data points, other telemetry that you needed for other use cases that you wanted to cover for. So that's how we're solving for it. Anybody who's not thinking in those lines, I think we're missing out, because now you have an option to reduce that cost and tackle that pain point that you've been talking about for a while.
Neda, talk about how Belk is addressing this challenge of needing the visibility, but also the current limitations of the technology at large. How do you address that, or how do you work with that?
I would have to say that the data optimization product that is now part of Gurucul has kind of made a game changer for us, right? Because we were doing exactly and have been doing exactly what Saryu alluded to, right? Is how do I push and pull my budget enough that I'm covering something, that I'm covering the biggest, what I think is the biggest threat, but I don't really know because I can't get to all the data to see where the threat is. So because of the cost. So with this, we are refocusing and looking at our budgets to say, yes, I'm going to save money, but I'm really not going to take that out of my budget. I'm going to push it somewhere else and help move my organization up the value chain and reduce risk within the organization. So and we also now have the ability to really talk to our organization as a whole about data and about the importance of data when it comes to AI, and the importance of clean data, and the importance of cleansed data, and knowing where that data goes and flows and everything. And so this is that way that we're headed and where we need to go, because again, any AI ML model, right? It's as good as the data that comes in, and you have to trust the data. So we've got to do a lot of that cleansing, and we've got to do that. And so being able to optimize my data and drive down that path is game changer, right? Because it really helps me with my budget, because if I can eliminate 50% of my data that I'm not storing,
sure,
that I don't need to store, it's duplicative or whatever, then that's a game changer. So
yeah. Are these business dynamics evident or well understood by, say, your board or your CFO? This stuff obviously costs money. There are things as budgets. Like how tech savvy are they around these particular issues?
Well, I think a board is made of people that are really good at what they do, right? And when you go to the board and when you talk to your senior executives, you're relying on what they do really well, and they're relying on what you do really well. And so what I usually try to do is get to a like language, and the like language is risk, right? And so with Gurucul, I am able to see, here's how much risk I have, here's where I can be, here's where we are today, we have to do X, Y, and Z to be able to reduce that risk. So it makes that conversation that much easier, right? Because I could go to the board, and while they're technical, it doesn't mean that they know what the new shiny object is, right? So when I can talk about risk and reducing risk, and I can show the data in that way, it's a home run. So.
And who doesn't understand the language of risk and money, right? That's understood all across. And one important thing I wanted to highlight from Nera's discussion is all the data that you're optimizing still stays. Like, you can search all of that data.
Right.
So even for compliance, you're not losing any data. 100% of data remains, but you only take, let's say, 50% that you truly need for threat detection. So you have the highest ROI for the money you're spending with your SIM.
Saryu, real briefly now, how do you coach customers on the application of AI into the SecOps lifecycle? Talk to us about the prerequisites and the precautions involved.
Absolutely. I'll just sum it up in 3 ways, right? First is the analyst experience, I think, is the highest ROI from the AI application in SecOps. We've seen a ton of success there, so making the analyst experience better, giving them a buddy really to do things faster, cutting down their time per investigation is powerful. Second is using AI for adversarial techniques for detections has been very powerful. And the third thing I would say is the whole UI, UX experience with how you interact with the platform can save a ton of time. So those would be my 3 highlights. And customers get it. The data has to be right. You have to have the right optimization of data. So you are training it on the right data set. Those would be the key things.
We have covered a lot of ground in the SIM market, ladies. Thank you so much for joining us on the news desk today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Being here.
We've been talking with Saryu Nayyar of Gurucul, as well as Neda Pitt with Belk. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. And we are live streaming from the Mandalay Bay Hotel in Las Vegas. This is Terry Sweeney at the Dark Reading News Desk. We are live streaming for the rest of the day until 4 p.m. Pacific time. We are talking to technology leaders on a variety of trends and technologies in the security market. And welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney here, contributing editor with Dark Reading, and joining us now is Suresh Vasudevan, CEO of Sysdig. Suresh, nice to see you here.
Great to see you. Thank you for having me.
We are talking about cloud security, a subject near and dear to your heart.
Indeed.
Last year, Sysdig set the benchmark for cloud threat detection and response. Tell us about this 555 benchmark and why that's important.
Of course, maybe I'll begin with just starting by describing what's so different about attacks in the cloud from attacks on-prem.
Sure.
And we all see the fact that attacks in the cloud are growing in frequency, but what's really insidious about cloud threats in general and cloud breaches is the fact that once cybercriminals make their way into your cloud estate, the speed at which the attacks progress is unprecedented. So across hundreds of cloud attacks, what our threat research teams have seen is that typically, once there's an insertion into the cloud, it takes about 10 minutes or less before they're able to conduct reconnaissance, do lateral movement, and then get to an exploit. And so that's sort of the challenge that really security teams face in the cloud is, given that I have minutes within which to detect and respond to an attack, how do I really do my job as an analyst? And that's where the 555 benchmark comes in, Terry. It's really articulating a standard for what detection and response in the cloud should aim for, which is you really have 5 seconds in which to detect a breach that's underway, 5 minutes to triage really what's happening as you see the symptoms of an attack, and then 5 minutes within which to respond. And that's a daunting challenge for today's SOC teams.
Well, and I thought my deadlines were tough. This sounds really, really anxiety producing.
Indeed it is. And you know, part of this is a recognition that the entire mindset of how, given such a narrow window of time, do I need to rethink the tooling that I have in place within my SOC itself? How do I get to a point where I can rapidly triage when I see something that's going wrong? And that's really the challenge, and I'll touch a little bit more on sort of what it takes to address that, but that's absolutely a daunting challenge for cloud
time really
teams.
is of the essence. No, that's
Indeed.
great context.
Indeed.
Thanks for that. So customers in general are at various stages of cloud adoption. There seem to have been 2 fundamentally different approaches to cloud securities that customers are split between. Tell us about what these 2 approaches are and how they're different.
Yeah, so when I started by articulating the fact that you have roughly 10 minutes after an insertion into the cloud to stop an attack, the first question you want to think about is, how do I prevent insertion into the cloud in the first place? So really the first focus in cloud security tends to be, how do I put good prevention, good hygiene, good guardrails in place? How do I make sure that I don't have vulnerabilities in my software supply chain, that I'm not misconfiguring my cloud, whether it's permissions or other things? How do I make sure I have good hygiene on identities and how entitlements work? So that's really the first aspect of cloud security, is how do I have good risk management in the cloud? Now the second aspect of cloud security stems from the fact that no matter how well I do at prevention, people are going to find their way in. I have to be able to also detect and respond to attacks when someone makes their way into the cloud. So detection and response is the second aspect of cloud security. I would not think of these as two separate aspects as much as complementary.
Sure.
You need both.
Yeah, right. It's
Indeed.
not either or.
Exactly.
That being said, do customers tend to emphasize one over the other? I'm guessing prevention is a bigger
That's
thing.
right. That's right, and I think naturally so. When I wear the hat of a CISO, one of the things, especially, we are used to thinking about the cloud journey as extremely mature, well underway, and yet I would say for most companies, they're still early in the deployment of cloud security solutions, and the very first question that a security team thinks about is, do I have visibility into what's in my cloud? Am I making sure that I'm doing things the right way and having guardrails in place? Am I making sure that I'm scanning for vulnerability? So I think prevention and managing your risk posture in the cloud often tends to be the first phase of adoption of the cloud. The second phase tends to be, I've taken really good care of all my preventive controls, of my hygiene factors. I now have to make sure it is a given that I'm going to have attacks in my cloud, and I can't escape without having really good detection and response tools, because I run the risk of attacks in that event. And so both are, so it's almost a sequence of how people approach, I think, how they approach cloud security overall.
Makes total sense. Like most smart vendors, Sysdig has its own threat research team.
Indeed.
Talk about some of the data that they're seeing, where they're seeing attacks originate, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so we are extremely proud of the threat research team. They have uncovered numerous threat actors, hundreds of attacks that they study, and so there are a few themes that emerge from the work that they've done. The first thing I would say is, when we look at most attacks that originate, I already touched on perhaps the most important finding, which is that dwell time in the cloud is measured in minutes, where dwell time on-premise is measured in days. That to me was the most groundbreaking sort of finding that's now been articulated by many other threat research teams as well. The next thing that we've really seen as a pattern is, I'll also touch on two other patterns. The second one being, when you look at sort of what are typical insertion points into the cloud, there seem to be three roads. There are three pathways that consistently are used to break into the cloud in the first place. Vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and permissions, either through sort of social engineering, you get someone's credentials, or some other mechanism. Credentials are a starting point for most attacks. Now the third observation that I'll make, that's the most interesting pattern we've seen, which leads to the short dwell time, is that once someone is in, the very automation that DevOps teams and CloudOps teams are relying on to more efficiently run cloud infrastructure is essentially what attackers use to rapidly understand what weaknesses exist once they get in. And then identity is almost always the common denominator of how lateral movement occurs. And so that's really what you want to focus on. The exploit is the last step. How do you really understand when there's malicious reconnaissance and malicious lateral movement happening within your cloud infrastructure? Can you detect that? That will enable you to respond faster.
Wow, okay. I wanted to ask you about comparisons with on-prem versus cloud attacks. Tell us about maybe the biggest misconceptions about how cloud threats are different from on-prem attacks. I think there may be, at least to a newcomer, the idea that an attack is an attack, but from what you're describing, especially with the dwell time,
Indeed.
These are really different threats and have very different urgency about them. Talk about how security teams have to address this dichotomy.
Absolutely. I think if I think about maybe the fundamental differences, let me approach this from the point of view of how do I respond to the attack. I've already touched a little bit on what's different about cloud attacks, but if I think about what are the capabilities that we need in order to respond to attacks in the cloud, the first thing I would say is, because time is so precious, your detection happens to, the time to detection is really important. So the question it begs is, how do I detect something malicious in the cloud? Now, one important aspect is to look for workload anomalies. So someone's uploading malware, someone's making a malicious network connection. This is something we're all familiar with. We see that on endpoints. The same needs to happen on cloud endpoints, containers, servers, etc. But it's not enough because that's literally the last step from which you have very little time to recover. So how do I understand that it's on the way to being exploited? This is really where data sources are different. And so you need to make sure that you have the ability to gather cloud activity. So how do I use APIs to understand someone just created a new EC2 machine, someone opened up an S3 bucket without turning encryption on, someone just changed their privileges within Cloud IAM. Am I able to track activity in the cloud? Separately, am I able to track identity behavior in the cloud? So when someone does a lateral movement, I logged into a resource from a location that's unusual, that kind of identity behavior. So you need to correlate identity behavior, cloud activity, workload activity, and do that in real time. To me, that is perhaps the most foundational challenge of how do cloud attacks behave differently. It's multitude of data sources that need to be correlated in real time. You don't have the luxury of waiting to store those in a SIM and then respond.
Sure. Thanks for that. It wouldn't be Black Hat. It wouldn't be a conversation about cloud security without also bringing in AI to the mix. Talk to us about whether AI is more of a challenge or opportunity for security
Indeed.
teams. Again, this isn't an either-or thing, but real briefly now, what can you tell us there?
Yeah, I think, as you know, it's both, as all of us know, it's both.
Sure.
I think on the challenge side, for me, the biggest challenge is the use of shadow AI. Already, if you think about the hundreds of services to thousands of services, it's really hard for a security team to know which of those microservices has an AI library, an ML library embedded, is making API calls to SageMaker, and so on, right? So do I even know where my development teams are embedding AI and therefore making me vulnerable to data access and so on and so forth. So I think the rise of shadow AI and not having visibility is probably the greatest challenge that people have to overcome. Besides putting all the security controls in place, lack of visibility is probably the greatest challenge. On the opportunity side, I am extremely excited about how much you can leverage AI to make security engineers not just 50% more productive, 80% more productive, 3 times, 4 times more productive. We've introduced an AI assistant that is game-changing in the ability to rapidly detect and respond to threats. And so I think that's where the opportunity is greatest, to make people far more productive, I think.
Suresh, Vasudevan of Sysdig, thank you so much for walking us through the finer points of cloud security. I appreciate you joining us on News Desk.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
We are coming to you live from the Mandalay Bay Hotel in Las Vegas. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading at the Dark Reading News Desk. We are bringing you live commentary and discussion about trends and technologies across the cybersecurity market. We are live streaming every day between 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We'll be here for the rest of the day.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Terry Sweeney.
What's that?
I'm Terry Sweeney.
Terrace.
Terry.
Terry. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Phil Owens, Vice President of Customer Solutions with Stamus Networks. Phil, thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thanks, Terry. Thanks for having me.
We are talking about the modern complexities of network security, a timely topic. Security teams obviously have a multitude of priorities to juggle. Why should they consider bolstering network security, or in this case, network detection and response in particular?
So what we find is a lot of times the network detection and response can be deployed in such a way that it can be virtually hidden from attackers, as well as be deployed in environments that could conceivably be where you can't deploy certain other solutions, like endpoint detection and things like that, due to the fact that it won't run on certain network appliances and those types of things. Whereas network detection and response can give you that full visibility within the network, and we always kind of say the network is the truth of what's going on. So.
All right. Well, fatigue among security practitioners is well documented. This is a long-standing issue. Talk to us a bit about how AI technology can help eliminate or at least reduce the volume of alerts that security folks have to deal with on a day in, day out basis?
Yeah, so what we've seen is over the last couple of years, some organizations coming together and actually creating the ability to augment SOC staff or security analyst staff to help offload some of that from an AI perspective. But also what we've seen is some of that AI for detection actually generating some of those alerts that need to be handled. And because of that, we think that by using multiple types of solutions to be able to really drill in and show the most imminent and dangerous threats on the network, just to give the analysts the ability to be able to start their day off and know where to start before they actually jump into, say, some type of hunting environment or something like that. And then we've also seen that AI has helped from a hunting perspective. I've actually used it in a couple of my hunts to be able to understand what some of the alerts are that I'm actually having using a large language model from that perspective. But really, having a multitude of ways to detect things and being able to drill in. So if you get the alert from the AI, is that AI correlated with something else that can actually say, yeah, this is really, really bad.
So it sounds like filtering, but also prevention are key here, and the idea of using multiple solutions seems really smart.
Well, yeah, and really multiple detection methods, like on the network side of things, you can still use, even though everybody says no, you can still use signatures. They still work, they still help, especially when you can correlate that information with other types of detection methods, such as different machine learning algorithms and things like that, really can trigger and pull down the amount of alerts that are actually happening on the network.
Stamus is involved in open source and has been active developing open source tools like Suricata. Why do you think it's so important to be engaged with open source to the extent that you guys are?
So we're here at Black Hat, right? One of the largest cybersecurity places in the world. And, bottom line is obviously security is bigger than one company or one person. And having a community to help build out, in this case, network detection response, Suricata, building out multiple ways to actually help them use open source technologies and things like that, we find very, very important because that community is what is going to help try to alleviate and try to actually help with the multitude of things that are happening. I was sitting here just before I came on and was like, I've been coming to Black Hat now for about 15 years. And I hear some of the same things that are still happening, right? And hopefully, as we move forward and get this community attitude, as well as utilizing some AI, maybe we'll be able to finally crack that nut and get to a point where we can actually solve some problems.
Well, another piece of gristle that the industry really likes to chew on is this idea of single vendor versus best of breed solutions. As a pure play network detection and response company, talk about how Stamus dances with this ongoing dynamic.
Well, I think that for some customers, a platform environment might work for them, single throat to choke, things like that. But what I will say is from a standalone NDR perspective, what we like to focus on is the fact that we're different than the rest of your environment. We want to integrate with the rest of your environment and make it as seamless as possible. We know we are not the only tool in your toolbox to be able to crack it, right? And so what I like to say is typically the intelligence and the things that you have on a platform are across the board. So if an attacker can actually get in one way, there's a good chance they might actually be able to get all the way in. And by having multiple best-of-breed types of solutions, now you have different viewpoints around what you're looking at. And that's why we think that being a pure-play NDR, as opposed to trying to branch out into a whole bunch of different things, really benefits us from that perspective.
Phil, for customers who may be on the fence about whether this kind of solution is right for them, what sorts of questions should they be asking themselves?
So really ask yourself about transparency, right? A lot of the folks in the industry, they have their secret sauce, and one of the things that we really is part of the ethos of Stamus Networks is being transparent and honest with our customers as much as possible, to the point where we deliver the why to the actual analyst, right? Really, the key is I have this alert, I have this imminent threat. Why do I have this imminent threat? And being able to dive in and actually see the algorithms, see why these things actually took place, and that's something that is very beneficial. Our customers tell us this on a regular basis. It's one of the reasons why they use us, because they're able to actually see all the data and the reason why the attack is happening.
Phil, you make a strong case for network detection and response. Thanks for joining us on News Desk today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me, Terry. I appreciate it.
All right. We've been talking with Phil Owens of Stamus Networks. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney here, contributing editor with Dark Reading. And joining me now is Kash, Shaikh, President and CEO of Securonix. Kash, thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thank you for having me, Terry.
You recently joined Securonix as CEO. Congratulations there. Tell us a bit about what attracted you to the company and what your vision is.
Good question, Terry. A few things that are really exciting for me. First and foremost, the innovation, the history of innovation. Securonix started as a user entity behavior and analysis company. They evolved to then cloud-based SIM, cloud-native SIM, unified SIM, and now more recently, the AI-reinforced EON architecture. So the company has been leading this space, working with some of the largest customers and MSSPs. So that's one. Secondly, the changes that are happening in the market. Securonix is the only best-in-class player remaining, and if you look at Gartner Magic Quadrant, we are the only one remaining that is providing the pure play SIM to our customers, which provides them the choice that they need with all of the stuff that is happening in the cybersecurity space.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, your customers are obviously up against a myriad of challenges. Security analysts and CISOs both face just all sorts of threats and risks on not just a daily, but like a minute-by-minute basis. Talk about the landscape there. What are you hearing from customers with regard to their biggest pain points and biggest risk challenges?
Sure. We are really focusing on solving their 2 or 3 main challenges that I've heard from the CISOs as well as the analysts. One of the challenges, any type of SIM which is providing you the alerts, providing you the capabilities to detect the threats within your environment, there is a lot of noise. So a lot of alerts, the analysts have to sift through all of these alerts to figure out what's going on. And from the CISO's perspective, cost is a challenge. While security is important, but some of these SIM solutions in the market is very expensive for them. So, and some of them are not necessarily providing a comprehensive view of what's going on in their environment from the threats perspective to be able to secure the environment in a way that they can, protect the businesses. And then obviously the CISOs have to report to the board because it's a board level care about. So these are 2 or 3 things that we are hearing from our customers.
It seems as though we're talking about the intersection of both SIM technology with AI. This is really where the industry as a whole seems to be headed. What are some of the essential features that SIM users should be using that really tap into AI's potential?
That's a very good question, and that's exactly what we've been doing with our AI-reinforced EON strategy. What it is we are leveraging AI and Gen AI to optimize the functionalities. For example, here at Black Hat, we introduced 2 new innovations leveraging AI, working with Amazon Bedrock and Anthropic. We introduced functionalities such as noise canceling SIM. The noise canceling SIM is, again, let's say we discussed the challenge of having a lot of alerts that security analysts have to worry about to sift through where really the vulnerability or the threat is, right? So we can reduce that by up to 50%. So it's making it much more effective, right? Leveraging AI across all of our platform in a way that it is truly leveraging the power of AI to make the SIM functionality much more effective, much more automated, as well as much more cost effective. For example, we introduced another innovation here at Black Hat, which we call the data fabric. And essentially the concept is, within your environment, you may have security data and compliance data. But if you are paying for a SIM that is treating both of them at the same rate, as an example, you're spending a lot more money than you need to. So this innovation really classifies the data from security data to compliance data. So you're spending much more time and money on the data that is relevant for you to protect your enterprise. And we provide this functionality to be able to drive the maximum total cost of ownership, reducing the cost so that they can deploy those dollars for other sources and other challenges they have in their environment.
Thanks for that. If we pull back the camera a bit and look at the market at large, there's obviously been a ton of consolidation in the SIM market in the last year to 18 months. Major players have exited the space. There's been just a flurry of M&A activity. Talk about how this consolidation impacts customers. Are they nervous about vendor stability? That kind of. What's your sense there?
Yeah, so overall, I would say that was one of the things that excited me to join Securonix at this point, being the pure play, best in class SIM player, providing those innovations that we discussed versus a lot of changes across, especially if you look at the leaders quadrant for SIM, where Splunk got acquired by Cisco, right? So the challenge is for the customers, they are uncertain what's going to happen there. Then if you look at QRadar, the cloud QRadar got acquired by Palo Alto Networks, and Palo Alto Networks is going to force those customers to change the platform, which is very disruptive. The SIM functionality, while it is really mission critical, it's not easy to replace that architecture. And then last but not least, if you look at the consolidation between Logarithm and Exabeam, that's a lot of disruption for these customers, because now they have to work on a different architecture, which is not what they signed up for. So now they are looking at all of the alternatives, and we are seeing a lot of inbound demand from our customers who are going through all of these challenges, and then they look at Magic Quadrant and our customers, that how they can get the similar benefits of really the best-in-class innovation that we deliver. The scalability we deliver is unmatched. The functionalities, especially the AI functionalities that we discussed, that can make the SIM even more effective, much more cost-effective, much more efficient, and frictionless experience, all are the reasons that these customers that are challenged with the changes that they were not expecting, allowing us to talk to them and solve their challenges with Securonix.
Thanks for that. Kash, let's end on talking about the way that AI has been used to craft so many of these sophisticated new attacks that we're seeing, especially from an insider level. Talk to us about what AI can do to help prevent these kinds of attacks from becoming successful.
That's a very good question. My view is vendors and companies like us have to leverage AI innovation to fight AI, because the attackers are using AI, sophisticated tools to attack the networks and the businesses. We as vendors need to leverage the innovation even better than the attackers to provide the protection to our customers, right? So as we discuss our partnership with Amazon, Bedrock, and Anthropic, leveraging the innovation that Amazon is working on and their platform, and integrating that across all our platform as a part of our Eon strategy, introducing some of the innovations that we discussed. Those are some of the things that I'm hearing from our customers, also that they want to understand, while the attackers are using AI, how are they prepared, even better prepared, to be able to protect their enterprises. And as I said, it's a board level care about the whole enterprise can get affected, and we are there to protect them with our AI reinforced infrastructure.
Excellent stuff. Well, Kash, some great insights here about the SIM market, the technology, and of course the advent of AI and how it's reshaping everything. Thanks so much for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for having me.
We've been talking with Kash Shaikh of Securonix. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you next time.
and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk, live from Black Hat 2024. We are joined by researchers from Pennsylvania State University, Syed, Rafiul, Hussain, Kaitu, and Yilu, who have uncovered vulnerabilities in 5G broadband networks. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for inviting us.
So 5G has emerged as a wireless broadband network, which has brought a lot of questions for people about how that was going to work. Can you explain to us why you decided to focus on 5G vulnerabilities?
Yes, so 5G is emerging now, and back to 2 years ago when we decided to initially set up our research project, there was no 5G user equipment testing framework available at that time. Also, the open source 5G protocol stack is also in a very beginning phase. No one actually developed the open source tool to test those kind of 5G commercial devices. So we are really curious to find out the answer, whether they are secure enough.
Do we think that maybe 5G, because there was such a rush to sort of reach 5G dominance across the world, do you feel like that maybe the development of that technology might have skipped over some crucial cybersecurity steps?
Yeah, I believe so.
And talk to me about what vulnerabilities you all were able to find.
Yep, based on our tool, we in total find 13 vulnerabilities. And the most impactful one, we also have a demo yesterday, was found in Samsung Exynos baseband, also affected the Google Pixel series phones. That vulnerability actually bypassed all the security procedures, and the attacker can actually be your internet access provider. Users are browsing the internet via the internet provided by the attacker, without aware of that.
How does that work? Walk me through how that attack sequence might work.
Yeah, sure. So when your phone was attracted by the fake base station, we are actually constructed a malicious payload called registration accept message with a specific security header, which is an invalid security header to the phone. But actually, we find that baseband mishandles this message with this invalid security header. And we successfully bypass all the security procedures, make the phone reach out to a registered state directly. And then, unfortunately, we also find another vulnerability exists in the same model of the baseband. We also exploit that vulnerability to establish the data barrier, which makes the phone totally compromised to get the internet access provided by the attacker.
That is striking. That is quite striking. Now, you said you were focusing on vulnerabilities in the Samsung and the Google devices. Mm-hmm. What is your sort of sense of the wider ecosystem? I mean, this is sort of a small slice of what the promise of 5G, sort of what everything is eventually supposed to run on these 5G networks. What do you anticipate will need to happen in order to sort of secure the wider deployments?
Yeah, absolutely. We feel like that all the commercial 5G baseband, actually, we know that they gone through some conformance testing before they are actually put into the market. But actually, we feel that it's not enough because based on our testing, we can still identify many critical flaws exist on those commercial products. So we feel that more security-focused testing should be conducted before you ship the modem product into the market.
And all of the major providers, and I guess specifically in the US, which is the area I'm familiar with, but all of the providers are racing into this 5G. Are they all working with you? Are they open to getting your research into deployment?
Yeah. I think all the vendors, we almost test all the mainstream vendors, their product, and we reported all of the issues to them. And actually, they are, in my opinion, they are doing good. We are having good collaboration, and they patch their product.
Have you found any exploits in the wild of attackers being able to exploit this or similar 5G vulnerabilities?
Currently, I don't aware much of the work on the 5G. So
I guess my question is, are hackers aware that this is a weakness that they can attack, or is this sort of they haven't discovered it yet?
So we are not aware of that, but certainly there could be, after our public exposure, like a public disclosure of our the work. I mean, if the vulnerabilities are not correctly patched in a wide scale, it could be exploited, but we don't know any sort of news or anything like that.
Okay.
But they are being exploited by the attackers.
And so you worked with have fixes been deployed for this yet?
So all the fixes or patches have been done
Okay.
by the vendors, basement vendors. We were under embargo by them.
Right.
So we
Under the responsible
Right,
disclosure timelines.
right. But we didn't independently check like whether they have been fixed or not. So, I mean,
We have to trust.
Yeah, we have to trust because there are, if one baseband is affected, the same kind of protocol implementations, 5G protocol implementations are installed in many, many devices. We have just tested 2 or 3 devices from one particular vendor.
Right.
But similar kind of vulnerability exists in a wide scale from that vendor.
Exactly.
So it's the responsibility of the vendors or developers to fix all those devices.
This is one of the first cybersecurity research publications that I've seen focused on 5G. I'm sure there are others I'm not aware of, but do you feel like this is sort of a new frontier that cybersecurity researchers need to start to pivot to focus on, especially as adoption and use and rollout becomes more ubiquitous?
Absolutely. So as Kai mentioned that when we see the products, any 5G devices or base stations or core network equipments they are in the market, they have to go through some compliance testing or conformance testing. We didn't see much security related test cases there. And that actually demonstrates, our work demonstrates that those conformance or compliance test cases are not enough. We need more research, more sort of effort from all over the community. Not many people are actually looking into 5G security, but I mean, we want to win the race of 5G or next G, 6G, but without having the security, we're not going to win the race.
And I hate to bring this up, but we're all pretty familiar with a lot of the conspiracy theories surrounding 5G, and I'm sure you've run into plenty of that in your work. It does seem interesting that with all of sort of the attention of the risk or talk about risks of 5G, that there hasn't been an investment in cybersecurity research. Why do you think that is?
As far as I know, that yes, the US government and DoD, they have been now investing a lot in 5G and next G security. We are also funded by them in some of the projects by NSF and Department of Defense. So, I mean, better late than never, but still, I mean, they are now taking this matter very seriously and investing a lot on 5G, open WAN security, which is sort of new, but it will be a game changer for the cellular networks, mobile networks.
Right, and so what is the next step for this research? You've looked at these 2 devices. Are you going to branch out and expand this? It sounds like the DoD and others and the federal government are very interested in this. Are you going to continue the work in 5G?
Yeah, definitely. We have several projects going on in 5G or next G security. We have been looking into baseband, the work that we presented yesterday. We are also looking into base station security, the open WAN security, the new features that radio unit and distributed unit and control unit, which is the new architecture, split architecture of base station. Also, we are looking into RAN intelligence controller. We have also a work that will be published next week on RAN security. So we are also looking into like API security and also core network security. So yeah, I mean, we are actually trying our best to first find what are the loopholes in the security, 5G security, and how we can design more robust defenses. For example, our group is also working on detecting in-device threats. So the threats that we have actually found in our work. So how a user will know that his device is under threat of those attacks. So we have already a mechanism based on machine learning, and so that can detect the 5G threats with a high accuracy, almost as good as 99.1% accuracy with a very short amount of time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here and for sharing your very important work with us. Can you tell our audience where they can learn more about your work?
Yeah, we will have our white paper will be published next week on the Usenix security and also on the Black Hat website. So in our paper, you can see all the vulnerabilities, all the 13 vulnerabilities we uncovered, and also you can see the exploit we find, for example, the most impactful 5G AKA bypass. And also, the audience are welcome to watch our presentation yesterday. We described thoroughly about how we can craft a malicious package to launch our attack.
Yeah, just to complement, all of our works are open source. That's on our GitHub research, our GitHub page for our research group. Also, we have a web page for our research group, SynSec Lab at Penn State. So anyone can actually find our latest work there.
Thank you all. Pennsylvania State University researchers. We have Kai Tu, we have Syed, Rafiul, Hussain, and we have Yilu Dong. Thank you all very much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Once again, we are live here from the Black Hat 2024 with the Dark Reading News Desk, welcoming a who's who of the cyber world to sit down with us and share their latest news and views and predict what we will be discussing here next year. Now let's give a big dark reading welcome to our next guest, who is Alon Leviev. He's at Black Hat this year, presenting his research titled, which is really one of my favorite titles, from Windows Downgrade attacks using Windows updates. He says his work, quote, effectively renders the term fully patched meaningless across any Windows machine worldwide. Alon, that is a bold statement. Welcome.
Well, thank you.
So let's get our mic a little closer. I want to make sure I can hear you. Great. Can you tell us a little bit about, first of all, Windows Downgrade is a great title. How did you get into this work and why did you decide to start this?
Yeah. So one of my main motivations was when I first read about the Black Lotus UEFI bootkit, which was an in the wild, very dangerous malware that was able to bypass secure boot, which is a very important security features where a lot of other security features rely on this security feature. And I saw that Black Lotus was able to bypass this secure boot feature on a fully updated Windows 11 machine, but it wasn't a new zero-day vulnerability. Instead, what they exploited was an old vulnerability which was already fixed. And that caught my attention, and I liked this idea that you can exploit already fixed vulnerabilities. And while Microsoft patched downgrade attacks on secure boot, my motivation was to find if other components, other than secure boot, may have been overlooked, and maybe there are other areas that are important that may be affected and vulnerable to downgrade attacks as well.
So you were looking, you were looking at a patched vulnerability and realized that it was not in fact fully patched.
No, so I looked at a fully patched vulnerability that was Black Lotus exploited an already patched vulnerability, but they downgraded to this old version and vulnerable version, and then they patched it. And Microsoft actually fully patched this behavior on secure boot, but other areas I thought may also be vulnerable to this similar type of attack, just on other component.
Is this a Windows-specific and Microsoft-specific problem, or is this something that's common across the ecosystem?
So this research specifically targets Microsoft Windows, but the idea of downgrade attacks on software and an operating system can be employed potentially on other operating systems such as Linux or Mac OS. So I would say that may be a good area of research in the future to look for. Maybe in other operating systems the implications may be similar.
Interesting. So what is it that enterprise security teams should learn from this? What are you hoping the takeaway is?
So I think one of the biggest takeaways and the most important takeaway is that we should raise our awareness towards OS downgrade attacks and the danger that they pose. So I found no mitigation that it prevents the downgrade of critical operating system components on Windows, and this suggests that downgrade attacks were not a focal point prior to my research. So I'd say that we should look for, we should consider downgrade attacks as a dangerous attack, and we should always try to see if other operating systems and areas may also be affected by a downgrade attack.
Are attackers aware of this loophole? Are they looking for this sort of thing, or is this something that you stumbled upon and hope to correct before attackers get word that this is available?
So attackers were aware, and generally downgrade is not a new concept. So attackers were aware of the downgrade concept, and they employed it against secure boot. But in my area of research, which is the virtualization stack and other areas of Windows, as far as we are aware, attackers are not aware of it or actively exploiting it. So we disclosed it before attackers were able to get a hold on this vulnerability.
What's the fix?
So anything related to, we obviously responsibly disclosed everything to Microsoft around February 2024, and they issued 2 CVEs, and they required us to direct any questions regarding their remediation plan directly to Microsoft.
And was Microsoft receptive and all of the remediations have been put in
yeah,
place?
so we actually thank Microsoft for their great cooperation. They were very responsive, and it was great.
What do you say about a lot of the concerns about Microsoft in the enterprise space for security? Do you feel that in your interactions with them that they are actively working with the security community? I mean, did you feel that your interactions with them were productive and quick and speedy?
So for me, I didn't have any issues in communication with Microsoft. They were very responsive, so there weren't many issues. So for me, there were no issues in communications, and as I said, I appreciate the work with Microsoft on these cases.
So what again should, first of all, where can our audience find out more about this research?
So they can find out more in Black Hat and DEF CON, and also in our blog, in SafeBreach's blog. We uploaded a blog that describes most of the vulnerabilities that I have presented, so they can find about in our blog.
And talk to me about what are you going to continue this work? Are you going to expand this research?
So I may look for other components in the future, other components that may be vulnerable to the same type of downgrades within Windows. And afterwards, after I'll see if other components in Windows are if they're vulnerable or not, I may expand to other areas, other operating systems, such as macOS or Linux. As I said, it's really interesting for me to see how in these operating systems, downgrade attacks, if downgrade attacks work, and how would the implications look like.
Are attackers more attuned to the operating system generally as an attack surface? Are operating systems, are they attracting more attention from adversaries, do you think?
So yeah, I don't know if the attention is increasing over the last few years, but I definitely think that attackers focus on vulnerabilities in operating systems and not necessarily in third-party software. I think operating systems are complex, which means that it's a good area to look for new vulnerabilities and new attack surfaces and new flaws.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Alon. I really appreciate it. Can you give us any other thoughts of what you've seen here at Black Hat that you recommend to our viewers to check out besides your briefing?
Yeah, so I've seen that there is an interesting talk about secure boot from a Microsoft researcher that he will discuss mitigating and the attack surface on secure boot. And this area was something that I was looking at when I started my research, so that's something that I would recommend watching.
Wonderful. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Alon Leviev, who is with Akamai. I appreciate you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And now I will turn things back over to my colleague Terry Sweeney after a quick break. Thanks so much for joining the Dark Reading News Desk live from Black Hat USA 2024 at the Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk at Black Hat. Terry Sweeney here, contributing editor with Dark Reading. And joining us now on the dais is Teresa Lanowitz, Chief Evangelist with Level Blue. Teresa, welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thank you so much, Terry. It's great to be here with you.
Well, we always appreciate and your original research that you discuss with us with each of these events. Thank you so much. For those listeners who are new to the news desk, talk a bit about what Level Blue is and how that came to be.
Level Blue is a joint venture between AT&T and Wilgem Ventures. And our whole goal is to act as a strategic extension of your team. And we do that in three primary ways. First, we help you to protect your business intelligence with our cybersecurity consulting. Second, we help you to predict your cybersecurity investments with our managed security services. And thirdly, we help you to foster innovation and mitigate risk through our Level Blue Labs threat intelligence research. And what we stand for is cybersecurity simplified.
Well, you're no stranger to News Desk. You always show up with original research that really brings it, so thank you for that. You dived in around cyber resilience and healthcare in this particular occasion. Talk to us a bit about the findings there and maybe some of the surprises or some of the big takeaways from the data.
Yeah, sure. So one of the things we do every year is we launch our big thought leadership research, the Level Blue Futures Report. We launched our core Level Blue Futures Report back in May at the RSA timeframe, and what that is it's a worldwide survey, 18 different countries, 1,050 different survey respondents in 7 different industries. And then what we do over the course of the year is we launch industry specific, so healthcare, retail, finance, manufacturing, energy and utilities, US SLED, transportation. We just launched our healthcare research, and we just launched yesterday also the Level Blue C-Suite Accelerator as well. So the C-Suite Accelerator takes a look at how the CIO, the CTO, and the CISO actually come together and coalesce around this whole idea of cyber resilience.
All right. Help us understand the significance of the research and how a CIO, a CTO, and a CISO might view these findings differently.
So a CIO, a CTO, and a CISO, you think that they all have those C titles, they're all working in the technology.
Can it be?
How different, right? They are actually extremely different. So if you think about the CIO is in the business of technology, making sure they're taking a look at the entire IT estate and how it's going to actually run that business, regardless of what that business is. The CTO is about innovation, that developmental innovation that can deliver better business outcomes through innovation. And the CISO is about that the operational security of what's going on inside the organization. And then you take a look at this thing that we've been hearing a lot about, this concept of cyber resilience. And cyber resilience says, what happens when your entire IT estate experiences something catastrophic or near catastrophic? It could be man-made, it could be a natural event, a hurricane, a flood, a fire, an earthquake, or it could be some type of cyber event. How do those teams come together, and how do they work to actually cope and resolve with that issue that you may have had to deliver that resilience?
Well, these catastrophic incidents, which we seem to be experiencing with greater frequency, really break down the walls between the CXOs. Like those job functions suddenly start to bleed into each other, right?
Yes. Yeah, most deadly. Well, bleed into each other, but requiring a lot of communication. And that's one of the things that we saw in our research. So CISOs, for example, oftentimes do not necessarily report into the CEO of an organization. So in order to have this good experience, in order to be able to be resilient and be cyber resilient, the CISO has to have that full seat at the proverbial table. And the way they look at budgets, the way they look at risk, the way they look at compliance, completely different across the board. And types of things that they can do to help the organization be more resilient, completely different across the board as well.
This term cyber resilience is very much in the ether right now. Before we go too much farther, give us your definition of cyber resilience.
So cyber resilience, and the way we've defined it in our research and the way we define it for this conversation that we're having. So this idea of cyber resilience is your entire IT estate. It's big, it's complex, it's unwieldy. So what happens? How does your business, how does your organization cope with your entire IT estate being offline? What are you doing to get yourself back up and running as quickly as possible? But what are you doing in the intervening time? Can you load airplanes? Can you schedule ambulances? Can you check people into a hotel? So what are you doing when that entire IT estate is offline?
All right. Why is cyber resilience, to use your term, a whole organization issue? Talk about what that means.
Whole organization issue, because we have this whole idea of more dynamic computing that's taking place beyond the four walls of the organization. So think about healthcare, wearables for remote patient monitoring, manufacturing, visual quality inspection on the assembly lines to watch when a defect might be being inserted during assembly process, manufacturing using robots, autonomous drones, autonomous vehicles, that sort of thing. So we have all of this innovation going on. And we also have a lot of regulation and compliance issues that organizations have to deal with. So the CTO looks at compliance and says, that's friction, that creates friction for what I need to do, which is innovate. The CISO looks at that and says, I have to figure out how to make sure that from an operational perspective, security is going to be built in to be able to comply with what we're dealing with. And the CIO is looking at that saying, yes, we have to make sure this is functioning and running for the technology that we're dealing with. So the CIO, the CTO, the CISO, they might have conflicting priorities, ultimately the same goals, but those conflicting priorities.
How can executive leadership get better or smarter or just improve cybersecurity as a process, as a function, as a strategic imperative?
One of the astonishing things we found is that cybersecurity, for all of the awesome work that we have done over the past 2-3+ decades, cybersecurity is still siloed, underfunded, and overlooked. We also found that across the board, when a new project is being spun up, cybersecurity is an afterthought. There's not a through-line budget item for cybersecurity in every project. That's one thing that could really help. And that comes for the CISO advocating for a proactive budget versus being reactive. Because what we see right now is a lot of cybersecurity organizations, they get budgets when there is an external type of event. We see that if there is some mega incident, they will get budget. If there is a breach, a competitor has a breach, maybe there's a supply chain issue they have to focus on, that's when they will get budget. It's reactive versus proactive and intentional.
Is your sense of non-technical CXOs, are they becoming more cyber fluent?
The answer should be yes. And everybody should be more cyber fluent. And we hear, cybersecurity is a board issue. Absolutely, cybersecurity is a board issue. Absolutely, cyber is something that everybody needs to be thinking about.
It's in the headlines, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're really diving into the nuts and bolts, right?
Correct,
okay.
Yeah. And as I said, that comes from the fact that a lot of CISOs do not necessarily report into the CEO. And you see that in a lot of sort of mid-sized types of companies, that the CISO may not report into the CEO. And in some cases, the CIO is tasked with handling security. So cybersecurity has to be something that your organization sees as something that you want to participate in, something that you want to do to be far more proactive and intentional versus reactive and transactional. You don't want to wait until you are the target of ransomware to say, oh, we need to spin up a SOC, we need to start looking at logs, and we need to do that 24/7.
It's just a little astonishing that in this day and age that we have to talk about should cybersecurity be considered something strategic for boards and CXOs.
Right. An astonishing thing we found, only 35% of the organizations we surveyed, so keep in mind this is 18 countries, only 35% have a formalized incident response plan. And so you look at all of these different attack types that are out there, and across the board, people told us that ransomware was the number attack they were concerned about, which is understandable. Business email compromise was second, and we're seeing a lot more sort of doubling down on business email compromise. But across the board, they told us that they do not know how to remediate a DDoS attack. So while DDoS is an attack concern for them, they don't know how to remediate it.
Yeah, yikes. All right, Teresa, in the brief time we have left, can you just walk us through some steps that organizations can take to make cyber resilience more of a whole organization issue?
Look at cyber resilience in your organization. We found 72% of governance organizations do not know what cyber resilience is. So identify those barriers. Be secure by design. Be secure from the beginning. Build security throughout all of your projects. Make sure that you're bringing in those trusted third-party advisors to help you on the way if you're doing something new. And CISOs, cybersecurity teams, advocate for a proactive budget to align with business initiatives and transform your cybersecurity function so that it is part of the entire organization.
Teresa, every time we talk, I walk away a little bit smarter. Thank you so much for joining us on the news desk.
Thanks so much, Terry. It was great being here.
We've been talking with Teresa Lanowitz of Level Blue. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us.
Editor with Dark Reading, we're glad to have you join us for our series of conversations about the latest research being presented from the conference. Next up, I am thrilled to welcome Dustin Childs. He's back again this year to the Dark Reading News Desk, and he'll be talking about his Pawn to Own hacking contest and more. Hello.
Hi, Becky. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so give us an update on Pawn to Own and how it's going down here at Black Hat.
Sure. It's been a great year for Pawn to Own. In Vancouver, in the March, we gave away a Tesla as well as $350,000 for the folks from Synactive who hacked that. It was $1 million show over 3 days, so that was fantastic. In October, we've got Pawn to Own Toronto coming up. That's our consumer-focused one. Last year, we introduced the concept of the Soho smash-up category. So that's when you start from the external interface of a wireless router. You have to compromise the router and then pivot to something else internal to the network, a printer, a smart speaker, a NAS device. So it's really like the home office that we all now work in. It shows how an attacker can come from outside to really compromise your internal network at your house or your small office. And then we announced we're doing a new thing. In January, we are going back to Tokyo for Pawn to Own Automotive. So beyond just Teslas, beyond just vehicles, we're looking at the systems of systems around EVs. So we'll have ChargePoint EV stations there. We'll have ECUs. We'll have head units from like Alpine and Sony, as well as a bunch of other targets. Tesla has signed on as a sponsor, so we're thrilled for that. And cars these days are systems of systems. I just learned that there's automotive grade Linux. I had no idea that there was automotive grade Linux. And
I only knew it because I had a couple of researchers here earlier.
There you go. But apparently, if you've been driving a Mazda like from 2015 or newer, you're driving automotive grade Linux. So we want to see what is the state of the art of the research when it comes to EVs and their components, especially the charging stations. I think that's an area where people really haven't looked at, and there's a lot of voltage in those things. So.
What could somebody do with a charging station under their control?
Well, I mean, the most severe thing that they could do is they actually could somehow start a fire. I mean, because you're looking at a lot of electricity running through that.
Yeah.
So if you were to remove the safeguards and things around that, I don't know if that's very likely. I hope it isn't. But you could also potentially damage the vehicle by either undercharging or overcharging it, depending on what it's going. So, I mean, there's the applications used by the chargers themselves. There's low energy Bluetooth, which they use. There's the OCPP protocol, which they use to communicate on the internet. So there's all this attack surface, and we really don't know.
It hasn't even been investigated.
Hasn't really been investigated very much, so we're going to put a lot of money out there, invite people to Tokyo, and show us what they can do.
Well, I'm excited to see what they can do.
I am too.
It's a lot of bread to put up, so
oh, yeah.
It's pretty great. Okay, well, let's pivot a little bit.
Sure.
Since you are our vulnerability guru, which is easier said than done, tell us about the vulnerabilities. You mentioned middleware, and you mentioned files, bugs in file format. Talk to me about those and why they're emerging and what we're doing about them.
Sure, Becky. So one of the things that we've seen this year is we've seen bugs reported in middleware in the past. This year, we're seeing them being exploited in the wild. And really the first one was PaperCut. And a lot of people had never heard of PaperCut until it started getting exploited, but come to find out like every university in North America uses PaperCut. And then I'm sure you've heard of MoveIt. And then that happens. And again, I had never heard of MoveIt until it zero-dayed and it got really ramped up. And then we started buying bugs in MoveIt as well. And that's really what we're seeing. It's like the desktop and the perimeter are relatively solid at these days, but it's this interconnected tissue in the middle, that soft nougaty center, if you want to think of it that way, that hasn't had a lot of people looking at it. It hasn't had a lot of research done in that area, and attackers are starting to see this now and starting to see that it's a soft target and they can go after it, and it's a huge attack surface.
We're finding out every day with the headlines. I've been covering it. And I've also been covering bugs in file formats, especially images. I'm seeing a lot this year.
Images, well, that's the interesting thing about file formats these days is there's so many applications that can open so many different types of file formats. So if you take just a JPEG and list out all of the things that can open a JPEG, it's astonishing. Same for PDFs, same for Word docs or Excel files. We have AutoCAD software that's opening Excel files for some reason. And if you have a specially crafted PDF, for example, that can go a long way. And images, like you say, are another area where everybody wants to see an image, whether it's an email or in this document. They all want to be able to open these images. And there's so many image formats out there, not every application is opening very smartly. And you get a lot of applications that are vulnerable to these file formats because they are not following all of the specifications, or they don't understand the specification, or there's some one-off scenario, the way they open it. And the result is code execution when you open a file.
Yeah. Okay. You were mentioning the poor quality of security updates is on your mind these days, so let's talk about that.
Yeah, it still is. Last year, we came to Black Hat and we talked about the poor quality of updates and how we're going to start introducing shorter timelines for what we consider to be failed patches.
Right.
We've started doing that, and that has yet to really show any improvement, and if anything, I would say the quality of patches across the industry continues to decline.
Why?
That's a really hard question to answer. I think the biggest reason is it's hard, for one. People don't want to invest in the sustained engineering. They want to invest in the next product. They also don't have a lot of accountability there's no users clamoring for heads to roll when there's a bad patch. They just want the next patch. Right. So it's kind of both a lack of accountability and a lack of, really people don't want to do it. So I really think it's going to come to a situation in the very near future where one of two entities is going to get really involved, and one is legislation, and there's going to be some legislation introduced to have a min bar for security patches. The other one is cyber insurance. Because say, for example, you apply a patch and that patch is easily bypassed and your enterprise gets compromised, and then you file an insurance claim for $250 million of damages, which is a quarter of the largest insurance claim that's ever been awarded, so really very realistic. If I'm a cyber insurer and I understand that scenario, I can see a good possibility where the cyber insurance starts going after the vendors to get reimbursed for liability because it was a bad patch that allowed that attacker to go through.
Let me ask you this, because I hear a lot about how cyber insurance is sort of this quasi-entity putting guardrails in on these things and really pushing for changes and pushing for shoring up defense. Is that too much to ask of cybersecurity? It seems almost like because it's a business and an easy dollar attached sell to the C-suite, that are we asking them to do too much, and are we putting a lot of eggs in a basket of insurers that are not techie or interested in paying out?
Yeah, I attended a cyber insurance conference earlier this year, and it was very eye-opening for me because it is a very immature industry. Like, I sat with a couple people and they were talking, and like, let me just bounce a couple words off you, see if it means anything. Sasser, blaster, configure, and they're like, nope, got nothing. And they just don't have this historical knowledge.
Yeah.
I do think it's good that we're trying to set a minimum bar. Like, to get cyber insurance, you have to have a vulnerability management program. You have to have this, you have to have
playbook.
that. Yeah, you have to have a playbook. You have to have, an incident response vendor at least on call, that sort of thing. So I think we need to refine what that is, and I think we're going to go through a few years of pendulum swings, one way or the other, too much, not enough, as we do this. Hopefully we can get on that sweet spot, for the baby bear in the bed where it's comfortable.
Right. Okay. Now we just have a couple of minutes left. I wanted to ask you about ZDI's partnership with Microsoft. Microsoft is getting a lot of flack, and they're aware by all reports that they need to do some work. What are they doing, and what is your impression of what they can do and are doing?
So I'm not here to bash Microsoft in their response. I used to work at Microsoft. I used to be in MSRC and shipped updates. I shipped the configure update. Actually, it was my case. So I feel a lot for them. They know they have problems, and one of the things that we talked about with Microsoft here at this conference is what can we as ZDI do to help improve the process? So we're looking at different things, whether it be API improvements, whether it be monthly meetings, whether it be just re-education for certain things, to help improve the process, to help the quality of patches, to help the quality of the updates that go out. They know they have issues, but what can the community do besides just shout from the ivory tower. It's like, you guys stink.
Yeah.
I mean, that's easy to do.
Not helpful either.
But really, it's not helpful. But what can we do to make them better? Because obviously, these Microsoft updates impact everyone. It impacts their customers, it impacts our customers, your readers, So what can we do to make the world a better place? And ZDI is essentially the biggest contributor to Microsoft when it comes to vulnerability reports. So we are uniquely positioned to really help them, and we're invested in doing that. And that's something that we want to do, and we want to do that for the whole industry as well. I mean, we don't just hold Microsoft accountable, but we try to hold everyone equally accountable, including Trend Micro. So we don't take ourselves off the hook either.
Wonderful. Well, there aren't very many people I could do quite that ring around the entire cybersecurity industry in 10 minutes or less, so I thank you for your expertise and your time.
No problem, Becky. Always happy to be here and talk with you.
All right, we'll see you again next year.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, right now we are going to take a quick break, but please don't go away. The news desk will return with Terry Sweeney and even more of the latest live from Black Hat 2023. And welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk, coming to you live from Black Hat 2023. My name is Becky Bracken. I'm an editor with Dark Reading, and I am here to welcome Kareem Touba, CEO of LastPass. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Becky.
Really appreciate you joining us. Now, while it's not necessary to belabor the past, but you came on following the LastPass breach.
Yep.
And so I'm really interested to get your thoughts on what that time period after has been like, and what a CEO needs to do to recover from something like this.
Yeah, I came on board right before the breach, actually about 2 months before the initial breach happened. So I came on board in May of 22. We announced the initial breach in August of 22. So yeah, it was an interesting surprise, to say the least. But the best way to think about it is there's sort of two periods, right? Okay. During the incident, if you will, until you officially close the incident, and then post the incident. Mm-hmm. During the incident, it's a lot of work around incident response, getting the right information out to the public, and then having sort of clear pillars and strategies around what you want to put out there, right? And we were very clear from the initial period that we felt like we needed to be pretty transparent about what had occurred. We wanted to follow that up with what we were doing in that moment, and then what we were doing post the incident after it was closed. So we put out a pretty extensive blog, about 5 pages. It was about 17, 18 subpages. Mm-hmm. In some ways, probably a lot more than most other organizations that have been through this. We felt it was necessary, partly because we're part of the security community. Mm-hmm. And partly it's just sort of the DNA, the people that I brought in with me that have been in cyber pretty much their entire career. Post the incident, and by the way, one other thing that's also important during the incident is that as a CEO, you sort of have to, you do all the things that you would expect, which is work with the security team to really understand the impact, work with the teams that are focused on the customer, but you have to also manage the communications, you have to manage board expectations. Yes. And that's really important. I was fortunate to bring on board a few months after I started, a board member as an independent, John Stewart, who was the Senior Vice President of Cyber and Trust at Cisco for many years, who I'd worked with in the past, who came on board as an independent. That was invaluable, because that creates the right kind of dynamic to ensure that we're striking the right balance in terms of being transparent and disclosing the right information, but having another voice in the boardroom who's a cybersecurity expert other than myself, mm-hmm. navigating the communication with the board and what we were going through. And those kinds of things are extremely important to manage up at the board level as a CEO, but also down into the organization. Because remember, you also have a sales force, you have a marketing team that wants to understand, should I market in the middle of this type of activity, or should I hold off on specific campaigns? You have a sales force that you can then re-marshal, which is what we did, to actually go out to existing customers, because for a period of time, you're not going after new for the first couple of months. So you engage those people to go out to existing customers to make sure you're getting the right information out there and giving them everything that they need.
How many of these decisions, sort of about transparency and being as forthcoming as possible, how many of these decisions were made prior to the incident, or how many of these decisions were made sort of in the heat after the incident? I'm just interested in if there, a lot of companies will have like a response playbook, but not necessarily understand sort of the the philosophical pillars about why they're doing things.
Yeah.
Were those discussions had before?
Yeah, well, they weren't had before because I'd only been there a couple of months.
Understood.
They typically are part of the process of this, of structuring a communication plan, a crisis communication plan as a whole. But generally what you do is you talk in broad strokes about transparency, but it's important to really sort of take the time to define what that actually means.
That is a good point.
Right. So we did that as we went through the process, and you know, you oftentimes in business and life you sort of have these guiding principles. You know, we got beat up, I think fairly so, during the communication path because we didn't release information fast enough, and I think that was fair criticism. But when we had the full information, we said, look, one of the guiding principles is full transparency of what happened and what we did. And as a result, we decided to lean into that pretty heavily. And most of our business customers really sort of appreciated that. I think one of the most interesting comments, I've met with probably close to 300 customers. One of the most interesting and consistent comments I heard was, look, we're not going to judge you by necessarily what happened. We're going to judge you by what you do after. And so, you know, how seriously are you taking this? What are the changes that you're making? What investments are you making moving forward? Are you enacting policy changes in addition to investments in cyber? And does it have staying power, right? And I think those are the things that really ultimately the market measures you on.
I've had dozens of conversations about incident response and dozens of conversations about the role of the CEO, which is sort of a vague thing. But that's, you know, you talk about communication with the board, communication with, you know, the marketing team and all of this. Who do you have in the bunker with you? Who are your, because it seems to me, and most people have outlined, this is a series of split-second decisions that a lot of the future hangs upon. So how are you making those quick decisions, and who are you leaning on to inform those decisions?
Yeah. So there are multiple constituents around the table that are really critical. I will start with your head of technology and security. I was super fortunate, maybe a month after I started, to bring on board a gentleman that I'd worked with in the past, Christopher Hoff, who's very well known in security circles, and who I had worked with before. And that he was really, in many ways, he and I would go back and forth in terms of both understanding the technical details of the incident, but just as importantly, what our response should be, both tactically/technically, but also from a communication perspective. And that was invaluable because he is really sort of spearheading the response and is the source of truth for what happened technically and how we're responding. In addition to that, of course, you have to navigate and communicate as a CEO to your board. You know, depending on the profile, as you know, you and I have talked about this in the past. There was a high-profile nature of this breach, so there was a lot of interest and opinions and point of views with the board. So there's a fair bit of communication that has to go on there. And then within that bunker also are people that are representing communications that can really sort of give you a sense of how, where, and when to communicate. And you know, part of that is about looking at historical incidents and what's worked and what's not, and how we can adjust. But also the vehicles. We have a SaaS app. Should you be communicating in-app to customers?
Wow.
Should you be communicating in email? Should you be communicating in blog? And the communication path, along with legal, along with the security and tech team, are really sort of the pillars that help you drive the right decision.
Well, thank you for that insight, because that is invaluable for us to, you know, to just talk about these things rather than actually have to do it. So now that you are, this is well behind you, and where do you assess where you are in your recovery now with your customers and with their trust?
Yeah. So a couple of things. First of all, we took quite a bit of time to make some investments to rebuild trust with the broader market at large and our customers specifically. And we did that through something called Trust Center, where we published a lot of this information, but continue to publish what are changes in our policies, what are we doing from a compliance perspective, and what does our security stack look like, and how is it continuously evolving, as all policies and security stacks should in the fullness of time, whether you had an incident or not. So we direct a lot of people that have questions to that. It's a living and breathing site. The other thing that we did is, you know, having spent so much time with our customers, we really sort of got to the place where we began to realize that there's a consistent communication path that we wanted to have with them, again, defining various vehicles. And that has allowed us to really get to the point, because we can assess now, I would say probably less than 10% of the customer conversations I have with the customers are about anything incident related. It's more about the future and the investments we're making in passwordless and what is our view on how the authentication market is evolving.
Okay. We're running out of time, but before I let you go, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about what your reaction is to some of these new SEC regulations and some of the regulations coming down the pipe, which seem to just keep ratcheting up the pressure on CEOs in particular to get it right and get it right fast.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think in general, I think they're headed in the right direction. I think CEOs need to take this topic very seriously. As I said to you earlier, from the boardroom on down, it's why we were very fortunate to bring John Stewart as an independent on the board, who's a cyber expert that can be a voice in the room other than the CEO. But I would say that while I think they're headed in the right direction, I think that while the CEO and the CISO are certainly responsible for the execution and the delivery of a secure product to the broader market and the things that are attributed to that, I also think there's a little bit of a miss in terms of making sure that that goes all the way up to the board, and then there's better governance and guidance around ensuring that you have, especially for sizable organizations, independent board member that's an expert in the space of cyber. This issue has become such a prominent topic, and only in retrospect do you begin to understand that there should be some form of governance outside of the execution and management team. And I think there's a really important discourse that the SEC and others should be having in that area.
Wonderful. Well, I very much appreciate your time, and I appreciate your remarks. It's been invaluable for me and for our audience, I know.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, well, with that, I will sign off from the news desk for this year, but I will be turning things over to my colleague, Terry Sweeney. Don't go away. We'll be right back from Black Hat 2023. Welcome back to the Dark. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk, live from Black Hat USA 2024. We're so glad to have you join us for our series of conversations focused on keeping you on top of the very latest cybersecurity research and news wherever you are. Our next guest is Frederick Heiding, a research fellow at Harvard, who has deployed a framework for evaluating national cybersecurity strategies. Thank you so much for joining us again, Frederick.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be back.
So let's get right into it. There
Yeah.
has been a lot of talk at Black Hat this year about national security around voting, around infrastructure. So tell me why you decided to look at this aspect of cybersecurity and national security.
Yeah, that's a great question. So if you remember from last year, I have had a technical focus for most part of my life, but I did realize that even if we have these really good technical solutions, they need to be implemented and they need to work in practice. So I started to working a lot with the policy people and analyzing, well, how do we get this technical change through? How do we get it to really have an impact? And then of course we came across the national cybersecurity strategies, which are these documented, evaluate voting and government security, but also everything else, such as telecom security, energy power plant security, how to protect people, just the holistic security of countries. And we really wanted to analyze in my team, how do they work? And these documents are really good, but they're political documents, which is kind of tricky because it's a technical subject. And how does that play out? And we just analyzed a bunch of different strategies across the board and saw, what did US do well? What did Australia do well? What can we learn from each other? And the good thing about this is there's a lot of countries that don't have these strategies yet, so they're smaller countries, and we wanted to help them. So when, for example, Sweden, when I'm born, or some other place, when they're creating new national cybersecurity strategies, they don't have to start from scratch. We wanted to give them some sort of framework so they can learn from the good things and mistakes from other countries with bigger states who already created this.
That makes perfect sense. So tell me, what are the strategies that you analyzed specifically?
Yeah, so in this first iteration, we analyzed 9 countries, and I'm not going to list all of them, but the big ones are US, Australia, UK, and also some that's a bit different, like Singapore, because we want to have a spread on it, and Japan and South Korea. And we started with only countries that have some sort of a good cyber reputation. So they have a pretty good practice. They are primarily relatively democratic, and they are somewhat of a similar political system. And in future iteration, we will do a more totalitarian stage, such as China and North Korea and Russia, and see how they differ. And in an even future iteration, we'll do third world countries and small budget states and see how and if they work with cybersecurity.
So in this first iteration, how much difference is there in a cybersecurity strategy from a Singapore and Australia to the US?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the first thing we sort of have to know is that these are political documents, and they really are, which means that they differ based on the political context, right? So between the US and Singapore, there are quite a lot of differences because Singapore, they have more of a centralized authority. They can do a little bit more surveillance. They have more power to do these kind of things, which allows them to have a bit more stringent cybersecurity. They're also smaller, so it's a little bit easier to secure them, but they have a really tight and good cybersecurity for the entire population. Whereas in the US, we have really good security in many parts, but in some areas, such as protecting vulnerable population, we fall short because that's just haven't been a prioritization yet.
Is it sort of the democratic, open nature of the society because of the civil rights and surveillance and our general posture toward government surveillance? I mean, it sounds like you might even be arguing that with all things being equal, more surveillance would be more cybersecurity, and something that from a practical standpoint would make sense, but perhaps not political.
It's a really good question. I think given that you do trust the government fully, then of course surveillance is good, right? Because then the government can protect you from the bad guys and so forth. That's of course not always the case, and there's a lot of privacy issues, so there's a lot of aspects to it, and that's why this is interesting, because it's multifaceted. Yes, you want to be secure, but you also want to have your privacy. And how do you work with that in a large state? Because it's also different if you take the US versus the Netherlands. Right. The US is a big country, so protecting all parts of it is difficult.
So what is your assessment? I mean, is there one of those countries that you looked at that is doing much better or much worse than the others? Are there any outliers?
So our big takeaway here is that there are highlights in individual contexts. We'd rather say that than saying this country is way better than all the others. And I think that's the cool thing, right? And we really encourage people to look at our white paper, which we're going to publish in about a month. There we have all these highlights where you can see that the US really works well with shifting the liability from the users to the companies, so that the companies are liable for writing secure code and so forth. Japan is doing a pretty good job of protecting the vulnerable people. And so every country have their own highlights, and this is context dependent. For example, South Korea work a lot against protecting from North Korea. That makes sense, because North Korea is the biggest adversary of South Korea. So our main takeaway is that you should learn the general trends of a cyber document, a cyber strategy document, but then you should adapt it to your context, the one that's most important for your country.
That's interesting that it's almost like the pressure of conflict making you up your cybersecurity game, which of course we're seeing in the Ukraine-Russian.
Yeah.
And so conflict, I guess, breeds better cybersecurity.
To some little sense that might be true. That's actually a great question because we're going to do follow-up studies of this, right? And in the coming years, as you said now, the Eastern European states, one can imagine that their documents will probably be a little bit different in the years to come because they're going to take more heed for example, Russian cyber attacks and so forth. So that's a great point. You can also learn sort of the cyber conflict nature, how it evolves, by analyzing these strategy documents, usually, because they are quite timely in that sense.
How difficult was it for a technocrat like yourself to kind of go into the, because policy is almost intentionally written in vagaries and litigatable language.
Yeah.
So, how did you make that translation?
So fortunately, I have a fantastic team, which you definitely link to them somehow in the report. There's 4 people in the project. So there's me, Alex O'Neill, Lachlan Price, and Eric Rosenbach. And my 3 collaborators are highly political. So I'm the only computer science focused person. And that's very helpful. But fortunately, these cyber strategy documents, they're actually very easy to read. They're easy to digest, which is good. And we have one leg of our framework evaluates how is the language, how clearly is this policy communicated. And it's usually communicated very clearly, which is good. However, a downside I want to add is that they are clear, but they're really bad at being specific, about having concrete and measurable outlines, which, from a technical person, is a bit of the stereotype for political documents.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
So let's talk more about your framework. I'm interested in that. So
Yeah.
what are the legs of your framework that we're going to look at?
Yeah, so there's 5 different legs, and each leg has some subcategories. And these subcategories in turns have different questions that are yes and no answers. In total, there are 268 criteria questions, so a lot of them. And these questions are things that evaluate everything from critical infrastructure protection to how are vulnerable people protected, how is capacity generated, all these things. And the big categories are who is responsible for what, basically. We codify responsibilities.
Which is such a common conversation in cybersecurity, right?
It really is, because there's a lot of different agencies, and these things are cross-disciplinary, right? So it's not always easy to see who is responsible for what. Then the next big leg is just how are the people protected, the institution, the systems, how is the protectioning happen? And that's the fundamental cornerstone, right? The protection. And we evaluate a bunch of stuff in that. Then we evaluate leg 3, which is generating capacity. All the countries work really hard on this, which is great. So it's apparent that everyone knows there's a big shortage of skilled cyber labor, and they address this, so that's great. The 4th leg is partnership. You can't do this in isolation. And the partnerships is really tricky. Almost every document are really good at partnerships and really bad, because there's a lot of different partnerships.
Tell me more about that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good line, right? So some countries are really good at intra-governmental partnerships. Germany's quite good at that, for example.
Private,
yeah, exactly, and just how the different agencies work together. And some countries are really good at regional partnerships. Some countries work a lot with international partnerships. There's so many different types of partnerships. You need to collaborate with industry, with government, with research agencies. So we see that it's very hard to sort of check all the boxes. That might be okay, but partnerships are really tricky because we think that you need to have a strong partnership base in honestly all of the systems to be effective. But that's hard because it's easy to miss some of them.
That's interesting. So I would imagine in countries that you plan to look at
Yeah.
where the government is everything and controls everything, I guess maybe by definition that would be a weakness.
Yeah, I think the partnerships, at least different, right? It might be a case that the intra-agency partnerships are good because inside the government there are a lot of clear structures.
Yeah.
But the regional partnerships might be lacking, right? And then you have to see, it's not necessarily lagging because that might be an intentional strategy, right? They say this is the way we do it and we don't care about anyone else. Maybe that's how we do it, and that's one way to do it. I think it's hard to justify that that's a good thing to do, but it might be possible.
Frederick, thank you so much. I could talk about this subject with you for a much longer time, but
Me too.
unfortunately, we have run out of our time. Can you tell our audience where they can find out more about your work?
Yes, I think the best way is to either subscribe to the DETS link on the Harvard Belfer Center, and that is a Defense Emerging Technology and Strategy Center. I can send a link to that, or just shoot me an email and then I'll help you out. But if you subscribe to the Harvard Belfer Center's DETS newsletter, then you're going to get an email when we publish the report in September, and then you're going to be able to read all of this.
Wonderful. Thank you
Cool.
so much for being back with us again this
Yeah,
year.
thank
Frederick
you.
Heiding, Harvard Research Fellow. The team at Dark Reading is grateful you've decided to join us live from Las Vegas in Black Hat USA 2024. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with more from the Mandalay Bay that you won't want to miss. See you soon. welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. I'm Becky Bracken, an editor with Dark Reading. Up next, we are thrilled to welcome Tom Gallagher, VP of Engineering at Microsoft Security Response Center. Tom has dropped by to talk about ongoing efforts to work more collectively with the wider cybersecurity community. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Great. So what are your impressions so far of Black Hat?
Yeah, so I've come to Black Hat many times over the years. The first time I came was in 2000, a lot smaller, a lot smaller conference then. The reason that I come is really to engage in the community and to learn. There's a lot of interesting things that people are doing. They give us ideas where we can go back and make improvements, and we want to tighten the relationship with other people in the community.
Sure. So can you give me sort of a rundown of some of the things that really grabbed your attention?
Yeah, there's the presentations themselves. There's presentations about AI and Windows and all those things. We're also having a lot of side chats with people about work that they're doing that's not quite there yet. It's a great two-way conversation where people are going in and trying to attack the products in certain ways, and we know how the architecture works, and so we can explain some of that, and they'll give us more insight into the mindset that they're using to try to break our products, and so we can together make things better.
Understood. Can you give us an explanation kind of where you sit inside Microsoft and why your relationship with the cybersecurity community is so critical?
Yeah, I report to the CISO of Microsoft, and I'm the VP of Engineering for the Security Response Center. What that means is any vulnerability that an external person finds, they report to our team. And then we go and do a technical analysis of that. We work with the security researcher and with the product teams to improve things. We think of the bug as a hint, and so then we go and do a deeper investigation and saying, okay, this bug was in this product or service. Does it apply in other areas? What are ways that we can strengthen our overall system so that that type of issue is eradicated from our products and services? We really want to build all these things into our systems, so it's not like a human has to get it right every time, because that's not a way to win. And we also don't want to just fix bug by bug. So we'll think a lot about, are there mitigations? Are there things that we can do to just break this whole class of attack?
Tell me if you have any advice or guidance for researchers that want to work better with you and your team.
Yeah, so first of all, the reason that we're here is it's a two-way street. We want to get better at everything. We want to engage. I think we want to have a collaboration. It's not a one-sided thing. The things that researchers can do, the better the detail that you include in your reports, the more actionable it will be. The more information you can include, that's always going to be helpful. Thinking about the impact and trying to tell that story of, okay, this thing will have this outcome, those will all be very helpful.
I've always wondered why there isn't more standardization among reporting formats. It seems that there is such a wide array of ways in which researchers will submit information about bugs. Is there any kind of effort to standardize that reporting process and the details required?
We have a research portal that
so
people can...
static where you have the answers.
So I think early in the days, people were writing free-form emails, and that's not great. We now have a research portal where you can log in, you can submit bugs, you can see status of issues that you've reported. Because it's properly formatted text, we can go and do things to analyze, try to figure out things that are really important and escalate those faster. And then on the outcome, the times when we go and fix issues, Microsoft's been publishing CVEs since 1999, whenever a customer needed to take action. At the end of June, we started to publish CVEs for cloud critical vulnerabilities, even when there was no action required. So that's just a part of our effort to be more transparent with the overall community.
Interesting. So since you are such a sort of traffic cop in the wider world of bugs that are being reported out there, you have a very unique view of the landscape. And I'm wondering if you're seeing any specific trends or anything that you think is interesting?
Yeah, I think AI is very interesting. Typical like software security bugs, somebody gives you a repro steps, do A, B, and C, and you'll see this outcome. With AI, because it's non-deterministic, that may not happen. There are also other complications where AI systems can guess or hallucinate at things, and so we have seen some reports where a researcher is going in and they say, I was able to get some secrets coughed up by the AI system, and we go in to investigate, and the AI system has actually just made those up. And so they're not a real secret.
So that really makes it tricky.
Yeah.
So how are we going to get deeper into that? Is there a strategy?
We have a team of people that are working on it. Part of it's about logging, and can we go back and try to understand things. We try to understand the overall types of attacks and how likely things are, and then kind of poke at the systems to really make sure that they're doing what we're supposed to be doing. We've also been invested in the AI space for a while, and we're publishing white papers and things like that about AI security.
Where do you estimate sort of AI security maturity is? Are we still in the infant stages? Are we walking and toddling yet? Where are we?
I think we're in the, like, we've done some things to mature it, but we're certainly in the early stages, and we're learning things all the time. One of the things that our team does is we have a bounty program. In the last year, we introduced AI into the bounty program. And so before we go and say, hey, we're going to pay for AI bugs, we really have to get clear about what it means, what's the bar, you know, what's the severity, all that stuff. Yeah, and so we spent a lot of time ourselves working through, figuring it out. Then we worked with some people in the security community, and then we've iterated a bit on that since.
Have you seen a lot of interest in the hacking community, the white hat hacking community, in turning their skills to AI? Is there a lot of interest in that?
Yeah, and I think there's certainly a lot of interest in it. There's a couple different tracks there. There's the track of, I'm going to use the AI system to find a vulnerability in the underlying system, like a more traditional security case. There's also a bunch of things around safety, where can I get the AI to emit hate speech or other things like that. Also, the way that people interact with large language models is very accessible. So you don't have to be a coder or technically deep, and that's really awesome because it's opening the doors to more people, and we have more diversification in people that are finding and looking for vulnerabilities in AI systems.
That is so interesting. So you can be a bug hunter without coding, knowing code at all.
Right. It's kind of like social engineering without having to trick a person. You're tricking a machine, so you don't have to get all sweaty and think that somebody's about to uncover you.
That is fascinating. Are you seeing any other trends beyond AI, or is that, it does seem like the dominant talking point around the
AI is certainly a big piece. Another trend that we see is, we have products that are on-prem, like people installing Windows. There's certainly interest there. It's not growing at the same amount that some of our service-based things are. There's a lot of interest in people doing cloud work, and that makes sense because customers are certainly going there as well.
And nervous about it, yeah. Tell me, let's talk about patching for a minute. Can you tell me what your sense is of the community's ability to get patches done faster? I know that is a constant effort. Are you seeing a lot of gains in that, and what kind of is Microsoft doing to help grease those slicks and get those patches done faster?
Yeah, so Microsoft has a Secure Future initiative that began in November of last year. Earlier this year, we put a lot more energy into it. One of the pillars, there's 6 pillars, one of the pillars is about accelerated response and remediation. I'm the owner of that pillar for the company.
Great.
And so we spend a lot of energy trying to figure out ways that we can accelerate that. There are things where we're going to go and make our systems smarter, like we talked about, where you have formatted data. Are there ways that you can mine that data to find the most interesting things first and put people on that in a prioritized way? And then are there things that we can do to help product teams fix issues faster? And then going in and getting everybody aligned on that same outcome. This is something that's happening across the company is really great. One of the things that rolled out last week is Microsoft has our performance, we call them connects. There's different sections in the connect. It's not very many sections. There are like 3 or 4. There's one that's dedicated to security.
Okay.
And so every employee is expected to go and really focus on security as part of their work.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I very much appreciate your time, and you sit in such a unique position for the community. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, Tom
Okay.
Gallagher, VP at Microsoft. Up next, we will have my colleague Terry Sweeney hop back up here and do some more work for you all. Thanks for joining the Dark Reading News Desk live from Black Hat USA 2024. See you soon.
Welcome back to the Black Hat News Desk at our, welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney here, contributing editor with Dark Reading. Joining me now is Nathan Sportsman, founder and CEO of Praetorian. Nathan, thanks so much for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Happy to be here, thank you.
We are here to talk about where warlocks stay up late, which is a unique title, and of course everybody is talking about warlocks here at Black Hat. Before we go there,
sure.
Tell us a bit about Praetorian, sort of where you fit in the security market.
So I've been in this industry for about 2 decades, and so Praetorian, we're an offensive security company, and what we're trying to do, the mission is to help prevent breaches before they occur, and moving people out of this sort of assumed breach mindset or mentality to let's actually move to a prevention first strategy. Okay, how do you do that? By allowing us as a partner to emulate attackers, and let's identify these weaknesses before they're exposed, before they're compromised by the bad guys.
Excellent. anything to reduce the reactivity across the board is a welcome addition for sure.
The pitch is that it's better to be kept on your toes with a partner like us than on your heels with an actual breach and attack.
Well said.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this documentary series that Praetorian is launching. Tell us about where warlocks stay up late.
So the mission of Where Warlocks Stay Up Late is to create an oral history of our industry. Two things have sort of happened that kind of were the inspiration and the genesis behind it. One is we're all getting a little bit older, and so these trailblazers, these pioneers that really created our industry, some of them are passing on. Kevin Mitnick, when we lost him last year, it sort of made me realize that we need to take an account of what's happened and document history as it's happened over the last 3 decades. And the second thing is hiring a lot of folks, kids coming out of college, CMU, places like that, realizing that they don't know where their industry comes from and who these heroes are that really establish the industry that we have today. And so we're going to do a long format, long commit, where we're going to do a 2 to 3 hour interview. I think we have 119 interviews lined up. It'll probably go over 200 when all is said and done, that we'll be doing for the next few years to just let these folks storytell about how they built this industry.
This is excellent. Tech does not have much of an institutional memory, and this is really a way to create that and have a vault or an archive, if you will.
To document for legacy, for posterity, right? So yeah, super excited, super passionate about it.
So tell us about the title, where warlocks stay up late. What's the deal there? There's got to be a story.
It's a head nod to a book called Where Wizards Stay Up Late, The Origins of the Internet. It was written by Katie Hafner. A warlock is sort of the nemesis of a wizard, and so the folks that built the internet were builders. We're kind of known as breakers, and so it's sort of part 2 of that. But rather than a book, we're going to do a docuseries.
And where will this docuseries reside?
So it'll go through the standard channels, so that Google, YouTube, things like that. It's going to be video. The ask for everyone that we interview is it's going to be in person to create intimacy. So it's not going to be just audio. There's going to be a video component too. So YouTube is probably the best medium.
Do you imagine this will be just a long Q&A or interspliced with illustrative anecdotes?
So the backdrop is around our industry, around the hacking community and subculture. I think that's the hook. But really what the show will be about is the human condition, and starting with the individual's origin story, like who they are, what experiences make you you and caused you to do what you did. So it'll be a long format, 2 to 3 hours. I'll do 20% of the talking, and it will be mostly questions. The person being interviewed will do 80%. And it's really about documenting their life and what they've done.
Excellent. Can you tip your hand a bit on your guest list? Who are some of the notable people that you've lined up?
So Mike Schiffman, who is known as Route, he was the editor-in-chief of Frack Magazine. He's come on to join. He's been very instrumental, but Cult of the Dead Cow, Loft, Frack, Root, a lot of the truly early pioneers and trailblazers of our industry. We're going to start there, origin story from the mid-'80s through 99, and then pull through to the titans of our industry today. Right. But it's going to be a good list.
All right. Can you say more about the release schedule and how you imagine that rolling out?
We've started shooting already, and so we're already in post on some of the interviews. We'll pull in about 10 of them together, and we're going to release later this year.
And are you open to nominees for documenting in your series?
Yes, and that's been the amazing thing. You meet these folks, and not only are you inspired by what they have to say, they also continue to add more names to the list, and so it will continue to grow. I think we'll be above 200 when all is said and done.
So to dig a bit deeper into anything that may already be in the can, who can we look forward to, say, in the first few episodes?
For example, Gene Spafford, he is a professor at Purdue, very instrumental in our industry, wrote several books. Mike Schiffman, Adam O'Donnell, just a lot of the old school Loft, Frack, Root folks, things like that. I don't want to give too much away, but it's going to be the who's who.
All right, and when do you imagine this will make its debut?
In Q4 this year.
Excellent. Where can people go to learn more about this?
Where warlocksstayuplate.com.
Easy enough to remember. Excellent. Anything else you want to add about that?
I'm just super excited. I mean, this is a pure passion project for me, and so I hope folks enjoy what they see and learn, for sure.
Bravo, Nathan. Well, thank you for stopping by the Dark Reading News Desk. I appreciate the update on this really interesting project.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
We've been talking with Nathan Sportsman of Praetorian. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment.
Hi, and welcome back to Dark Reading News Desk. I'm Fahmida Rashid, Managing Editor of Features. With me today is Rich Mogul, CEO of Securonix and Senior Vice President of Fireman. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks
Rich.
for having me. Excited to be here.
So you've been doing cloud security trainings at Black Hat for quite a number of years at this point.
I think it's 12, 13, 14 years, something like that, yeah.
So, I mean, that's, I think, awesome. You come here, everybody's learning a lot of things, and you dedicate all this time. But you started something new recently, I think about 6 months ago?
Back in December, yep.
Back in December, and I want you to tell us a little bit about this project that you started.
Sure, so it's called Cloud Security Lab a Week, or Cloud Slaw. That was one of those in the shower moments. I'm like, oh, that's good. Yeah. It's a weekly newsletter, so it's a 15 to 30 minute hands-on cloud security lab that's designed for anybody, no matter your experience level. And I mean like no security experience and no cloud experience, so starting from zero. Now you do need to know the difference between an API and an IPA, for example, but so you have to have some technical skills. Yeah. But every week, just delivered right into your inbox, and they're all in order, starting with the fundamentals.
So the thing I wanted to ask here is, I remember, so I signed up for a class, I think as soon as you announced it, because I'm just saying, I would love to learn this. What kind of people do you have signing up? Do you have any visibility in your subscribers?
I have very little. So, I see a lot of like Gmail addresses and personal emails and corporate. I get some feedback, so that is helpful. And it's kind of all over the spectrum. I have people who are not in security, not on the IT side full time at all, who are taking it. But I would say it skews to people with either security or DevOpsy kind of background. That tends to be the ones, at least the ones that are reaching out and emailing me.
Sure. And when you're thinking about what lab you're going to do, I know like the first few ones was, okay, let's set up the cloud trail, let's set up this moment. How do you come up with what your next lab assignment is?
So this is like, it is a very deliberate structure. So some of it is from having been teaching cloud security for, over a decade. Like back when it was really rough to do things in cloud in the early days. But I wasn't sure at first. So I had kind of an outline for some basics. And then I had some friends. A friend of mine named Chris Ferris, we presented some conferences together. He's a really amazing cloud security expert. And I'm like, I'm thinking of jumping around a little bit. And he goes, no. He's like, Rich, you are starting the foundation from you don't know anything about cloud to how to build, and these are all in AWS right now, how to build a secure enterprise scale AWS organization and all the steps in between. So mostly I'm following the process that I follow if I'm building one myself, or when companies hire me to come in and help them build their programs or fix their broken programs. This is exactly how I build things out. And a little bit of jumping around because, teaching and doing, you have to go out of order, but the goal is just kind of get all of it.
So when you're assuming no knowledge, like you said, you're starting from the beginning, do you find yourself having to think differently about how you're going to describe things because you don't know the skill level?
Yeah, there's two things. One is I don't know the skill level, and so I can't assume they know the context exactly of what we're doing. And the other part of that is kind of thinking through my brain, not just the technical steps, but are there foundational security principles that I can teach with these labs? Right. So, for example, and you've gone through this in the identity management section.
Oh yeah.
And even in just a 15 to 30 minutes of the video or the blog post, whichever way people learn, I cover, okay, here are the basics of IAM. Like this is an entity and an identity and an identifier. Like terms a lot of security people don't actually know themselves because they just skip to configuring things in tools. So I'm really trying to teach the foundations as we go along. And because I have an infinite canvas to work with, there's no end date to this. So I can take as much time as I can. However, the challenge is it's going to be a lab. So I'm not just lecture, and I have a few paragraphs to go over those and then have a lab to illustrate it. And that's the harder part, to piece it together.
Sure. And for a lot of people, I know I've recommended cloud slaw to people, and their first question is, well, you've already been doing it for months now.
Yeah.
Are they going to be behind because
No.
they haven't seen the earlier lab? How do you handle that?
Yeah, so one of the things, this was an experiment in learning to me. I actually have some online education background going. Way in my past, I worked at a university, and I was the director of software development for the College of Business at the University of Colorado. Okay. My team was building the online learning like in the 90s. Yeah. Ask me about our virtual reality. We had VR we were using back then, not goggles, computers, but yeah. So I designed it so that, one, you can come in and you can sign up for the newsletter. When you do, you start at the first lab that I wrote back in December. So you get all of the labs in order no matter when you sign up.
Okay.
Or it's also posted real time on the blog, so you can just go get that. So you can jump around, and if you're advanced, you can just race through them. And then I also do them all on a video as well, over on YouTube. So I'm trying to hit different learning modalities based on what works cognitively better for that individual person.
And I think that is so important because as we're realizing, different people learn differently. And when you are doing separate models like that, you are actually expanding your audience. Do you find that maybe one method is a little easier for your style of teaching?
It's not even easier for me. I actually have a cool way that I learn to build these things. So I'll write out the lesson part of the blog post. It's always a lesson in a lab.
Right.
So I'll write out the lesson part, maybe modify it a little bit, put that on the teleprompter in my office, record the video of the lesson, stop. Then I record the video of the lab as a walkthrough. Then I do the screenshots off the video and I paste those into the blog post.
Okay.
So it's pretty efficient. The fascinating thing to me is like nobody watches the videos, and I don't know why I bother. Like my video numbers are somewhere, most videos, less than 50 views on the YouTube videos, where the blog posts and the newsletter, I have thousands of people looking at that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is just trying to figure out what works, but I'm glad that you're doing all three.
Well, I'm taking this lesson now, like I hate to say it, like when I do more professional stuff, I realize people like the short blog format with the screenshots. And they like that better than watching videos. And if you think about most of our online training, it's slides and videos. I'm writing these as a narrative. I mean, I'm not a writer like you, but I'm a writer. And so I think of it in terms
You've written for me before. You are definitely a writer.
I know. Dark Reading used to pay me. Okay, a long time ago. But I write so I write it as a narrative, and I try to write it as like an article, and that seems to be, for whatever reason, more popular by far.
I mean, I'll be honest. For me, the easiest part is the screenshots.
Yeah.
So I definitely am one of those people not looking at your video. But so one thing I'm also curious about is you already have a lot of things. You're doing training.
Yeah.
You're at Fireman. What made you think about, hey, this is a thing I want to do? I mean, this is your side hustle at this point.
Yeah, not much of a hustle. I'm a bad hustler. I'm not making anything really off of it. Well, the inspiration was I have been so focused, particularly with the work I do at Fireman, building product. And with Securonix, starting years ago, we started doing a lot more like direct advisory work and writing for the Cloud Security Alliance. So I wasn't writing anymore. I mean, I wasn't blogging. I hadn't blogged much in years. I hadn't done a lot of my, kind of engaging with the community at that level. It was a lot more behind the scenes and advisory work with companies and everything. And I just kind of started to miss it. I missed the just engaging with new people and putting new ideas out there and seeing if I can make a change. And so I was like, well, nobody needs another newsletter with the news. There's great ones, TLDRSec and Matt with Vulnerable You and Daniel Miesler, and like all my friends with all of these newsletters that do a great job of covering different areas of the news. And I'm like, what can I bring to the table? And that's when I realized, you know what, I'm really good at teaching this stuff, and especially cloud that I know really, really well. And so that, I'm like, why don't I just do that?
Well, thank you so much. I'm hoping that people are going to check out CloudSlaw.
Thank you.
Do you have a specific URL, or how should they
Yeah,
find
it's,
you?
You have to slaw, SLAW.Securonix, SECUROSIS.com.
Okay, I'm going to make sure to put that in the YouTube description. So thank you again for
Thank
joining
you
us.
so much for having me. This is great.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk at Black Cat USA. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and I'm glad to welcome to the dais Kurt Obley, Chief Operating Officer and Chief Product Officer with Deepwatch. Kurt, thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
And Terry, thanks for having me.
We have a lot of ground to cover: cyber resilience, managed detection and response. Deepwatch itself talks a lot about cyber resilience. This is a term that's very much in the ether. But we've also had a lot of headlines recently that sort of underscore that theme. Talk about how recent events have maybe reshaped the messaging around cyber resilience.
You know, when I think about cyber resilience, I think about how long Deepwatch has been around for about 7 years. We're a managed cyber provider. And when we work with our customers and we plan and strategize with them, one thing is very clear: cyber attacks will happen, but you need to be able to have the ability to fight through them.
Okay.
And cyber being, you know, that traditional confidentiality, integrity, and availability, CIA, sometimes people forget it's the A part, right? And that's the important part about cyber resilience, meaning, can you withstand a cyber attack that maybe degrades your ability to run your business or your mission if you're in a government entity? And when you can prevent, detect, and respond and recover and still be able to operate your business, now you're becoming resilient.
Speedy recovery is really what it's all about, yeah?
Absolutely. And sometimes that recovery is one portion of your business, but can you sustain and operate your business while you're recovering those areas that have been degraded?
Fair enough. How does the consolidation in the SIM space impact how you work with customers and just the kinds of features that Deepwatch may offer going forward?
Yeah, we're SIM experts, but the expertise isn't really about SIMs. It's about helping our customers get to the cyber outcomes they want so they can be resilient. And that's across anything that's important to them. So I think a few years ago, the traditional thinking of an MDR was, hey, just send me all my data, I'll put some magic sauce over it, some, AI, whatever it is, and hey, we'll do an analysis and we'll send you some homework. I think the whole market now has significantly changed, and we're seeing that in very product perspective with SIMs. The SIM market, 20 years old. There's a lot of value in SIMs, but they're hard. So you go to a third party, perhaps an MDR or consultant. Now we're seeing the move to cloud native SIMs. SIMs are tightly integrated with those EDR products, someone like a CrowdStrike or others. That tight integration breaks many SIMs. They can't handle that high volume of data. So what's happened, we're seeing consolidation to a smaller number of players in the market. Now, we take an open security data architecture approach. So we always bring the best of the best with our IP and our partners' IPs to help our customers. So when I see that consolidation, what we see is a lot of customers being kind of abandoned because the SIM they were relying on is now kind of going away. They don't have the R&D and others. So I think we're going to see a lot of consolidation in the market where customers need to transition not just to a new SIM, but maybe to a new platform and get rid of some of those point tools and run that journey.
Sure. Well, so from your perspective, with customers who may be on the fence about SIM versus a managed detection and response service, from your perspective, what's the single biggest differentiator between those two options?
It seems to change based on the customer. Some customers have the size of a company to invest all the engineering, the architecture work, to have their own SIM and everything else they need around that, engineering, architecture, operations.
Okay.
Now, others don't really have that. And then we see a mix. So I don't think it's usually a one or another type of an option.
Okay.
It's more of what outcomes can you achieve, and have you been able to optimize your cyber spend? Even though security gets a lot more money than they have in the past, it's not unlimited. So people are starting to wonder, hey, you got 120 tools, you bought 2 more, is it really helping?
Is it possible that these two solutions could be complementary in some applications?
Absolutely. There are companies that say, hey, I know, pick your leading SIM, Splunk, which is a top Magic Quadrant, or CrowdStrike Next Gen SIM, or Chronicle. They're spending millions of dollars in R&D. You could go with an MDR provider that's, well, proprietary, closed. Maybe they have a $30 or $50 million budget to build a SIM competitor or an XDR competitor. Or with what we do, we take a very open approach. We take the best that the industry has, and then we put our technology around it so that you don't have to make a choice of this or that. You get to bring the best together.
Is this complementary approach often driven by governance or compliance laws that just require, I guess, extra bulletproofing for infrastructure?
So sometimes there's a little confusion around compliance and cybersecurity. They're not really the same thing.
Right.
So what we are seeing in the market when we work with our customers, we believe there's a great value in the SIM and XDR capability, but let's shape that data, let's optimize the data that's going in there so you're putting the right data into that technology to help you with the people and the process to get to the outcomes you're looking for. But a lot of those compliance and other pieces, what we're seeing is, like we introduced on Tuesday, cyber data lake technology. So now we can put the right cyber data into the right place for the right objective. So SIM, XDR, we'll move cyber data there to get to that cyber outcomes. Maybe you have compliance. You need to keep things for 1, 3, 5, 10 years cost effectively. That's where moving into our cyber data lake, hey, that's fantastic. You have those retrospective hunting, supply chain attacks, investigations for compliance, but it's something that is a lot more cost effective or optimize your cyber spend so that you're not putting it all into a super high performance, AI driven SIM and XDR system and data that you're not going to use on a regular basis.
Talk about some of the other capabilities that you're bringing to expand customers' capabilities this year.
We are so focused on our customers, but at the same time, our intelligence and hunt teams are constantly understanding what's happening in the world from a threat perspective, different adversaries around the world. So working with our customers, what we heard is, hey, we want some more technology options. You know, maybe they have CrowdStrike Next Gen SIM, maybe they have Splunk, maybe they have Microsoft Sentinel, maybe they have Chronicle. Hey, that's great. We can use any of those. Each one has its pros and cons. But now we're also seeing we need deeper AI for enterprise, cloud, firewall management. Yes, that's still out there. Identity. 68% of all attacks are now using identity. But it's just not getting a deeper knowledge of AI for that investigation and bringing everything together. It's also a coordinated, active response so that you can isolate, we start to remediate, we learn more. We might want to isolate and remediate identities, firewall, a much more layered defense from an active response because generally speaking, our customers don't want the homework.
Sure. API-based automated responses are pretty much a must in managed
Absolutely.
Detection and response. Talk about how DeepWatch differentiates itself here.
Yeah, it's interesting because every customer is a little different. So we have our standard solutions, but we can tailor to each customer's needs. Not everybody has full trust in automation and AI. I know that's a shocker.
That's hard to believe.
And as assets get more valuable, well then the amount of automation confidence kind of goes down a little bit. So I think one of the things we do a little differently is we focus on the customer. We integrate closely with the customer's processes, the customer's workflows, their decisions, so we can make the recommendations, and then in real time they can tell us, well, yes, Kurt, do a coordinated active response, both a combination maybe API-based, but also some human-based across all of the areas that a customer may have to protect, say it's cloud, identity, and their enterprise.
Excellent. Kurt, take us out. DeepWatch has unveiled some security modules as part of the DeepWatch platform. Real briefly, can you just tell us what customers can expect there?
You said that last piece just again?
Sure. What are some of the features of the security modules that customers can expect in the coming year?
Appreciate the ask here. So yes, Tuesday morning, we've partnered closely with Splunk and other partners quite a while. We changed our architecture and platform to be able to be open, and this week we launched 8 new product modules with our top 2 alliance partners, Cribble and CrowdStrike. So what does this mean to a customer? Like, why would you do this? Well, first, we have our cyber data management module that allows customers to optimize what's going into their SIM, saves them a lot of money, but really that opens up the ability to increase their coverage. So they don't really save money on the SIM as much as improving their coverage so they can have better cyber response.
Great stuff.
Cyber data lake, cloud computing, identity, enterprise, much broader and modular set of capabilities. Why? It's because what our customers are asking for.
Kurt, I want to thank you for coming on Dark Reading News Desk. It's a different way to think about managed detection and response. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, thank you for having the time and have a wonderful day.
We've been talking with Kurt Obley of Deep Watch. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. If you're just joining us, this is the Dark Reading News Desk. We are live streaming from the Mandalay Bay Hotel in Las Vegas. We'll be going till about 4 p.m. Pacific today. We are live streaming content, trends and technologies from all across the cybersecurity market. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. Terry Sweeney with Dark Reading, and I'm happy to welcome to the podium Brett Stonegross, Senior Director of Threat Intelligence with Zscaler. Brett, thanks so much for joining us at the Dark Reading News Desk.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
We are talking about ransomware. Zscaler recently commissioned some research on the topic. Can we just start with the scope and scale of that as well as some of the major findings?
Yeah, sure. So we could start off by probably the key finding is discovering the largest ransom payment to date. That was $75 million. It was a Fortune 50 company and involved actually no file encryption, only data theft. And there was a few other findings. We found about an 18% increase year over year in attacks. That was through our Zscaler cloud. And the actual growth rate of attacks, we saw slow, but we've been seeing the payment amount increase year over year. And now this 75 million is actually almost double the previous record.
Wow. Are we all in the wrong business?
Definitely.
I mean, I don't mean to make light of these big losses and the challenge that ransomware is posing to industries all across the board. Talk about anything that may have emerged from the data that, say, was surprising or maybe even counterintuitive.
Yeah, so with this particular ransom payment, there's a lot of interesting things about it. The group behind it is called Dark Angels, and that's what they call themselves. The group operates quite differently than most ransomware groups. Most ransomware groups have affiliates where they essentially outsource the attack itself. And then after the breach and the ransomware is deployed, then they share the profits. In this case, this group is doing everything themselves. They're not outsourcing the attacks. And what they're doing is actually doing everything they can to avoid a business disruption. And the reason for that is they want to actually stay out of the headlines and out of the news cycle. They want to make as much money as they can and put a lot of pressure on these companies to make these payments. But at the same time, they don't want to cause this business disruption that brings attention to them. And they've been actually quite effective at performing these attacks and really staying under the radar.
Help me understand the aversion to publicity. I think that would be like, maybe they leave the dark web to handle the publicity for them. But why would they be so averse to publicity? It draws unwanted attention from law enforcement, something else?
Yes, so that's a big part of it, is they want to avoid attention from law enforcement, attention from researchers. Essentially, when you have these law enforcement operations, they might not always be long-lasting, but it causes a business disruption to them itself. So there's a cost associated with that. So if they're not able to do any ransomware attacks for several weeks, several months, that's potentially millions and millions of dollars that they're losing.
Your report also predicted that voice-based phishing will grow as a launchpad for targeted ransomware attacks. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so one of the things we've seen over the last year is an increase in using voice-based attacks. And essentially what we're seeing is they're using people that have English-speaking accents. They're calling into IT and help desks and telling them they need to reset their password and being able to social engineer their way into these organizations. And from there, they're able to gain more access and steal information and deploy ransomware. And then the other lure we're seeing is they're acting like they're a IT team or help desk team, calling in an employee at a company and telling them they're going to help them, update their spam filters. And these companies and people at these companies are falling for this because there's a lot less security defenses around voice-based attacks and a lot less education around voice-based attacks. So people kind of implicitly trust, when they get a phone call and somebody says, hey, I'm from your IT department. They could even go on LinkedIn and, of course, find a real person that works at your company. And if you don't know who that person is, it makes it more difficult to verify who that person is without additional measures.
Are these deep fakes, or is it much simpler than that?
So right now it's very simple. They're not using deep fakes or voice cloning, but we do think that's kind of the next phase of what these attacks are going to become. And when these voice-based cloning or using AI cloning attacks, we think that it's going to be much more difficult to determine, is it your boss calling you? If it sounds like your boss, the phone number looks like it's coming from your boss. There are still measures like that we recommend you take. For example, you can hang up and call that person back. You can also, if you know the person, and you've discussed something recently with them, you can ask them, what did we just discuss? There's actually a scenario with the CEO of Ferrari. Someone was using a voice cloning for that CEO, and they had to discuss recently about some books they had read together. And they asked him, hey, what was that book we read? And of course, it was an attacker, and they didn't know the answer, and they hung up.
The conventional wisdom with ransomware is that AI is poised to turbocharge it with deepfakes and other rapidly recreatable techniques and attacks. Was this borne out in your research at all, or in the report? What do you see on the horizon?
Yeah, so in terms of what we currently see, we're not seeing AI directly being used for launching attacks. We think that is on the horizon, using deepfakes, voice cloning. We think as that technology gets better and better, it'll be harder and harder for someone to determine whether this is real or not. Right now, like the current state of technology, usually there's kind of oddities you can detect. Like things like extra fingers is a common one.
That's a good one. It's shocking, though, the fidelity of a lot of these deep fakes. They are getting better and better. I assume that's only going to continue to improve.
Yeah, that's right. The more data that you put into training AI and fine-tuning those models, the better they'll get. So we expect to see much more realistic images, video, audio, with kind of less distortion, less odd features. And that, in probably the next few years, will be used for attacks.
What guidance do you have for where organizations should focus investment and attention and resources to protect themselves against ransomware?
So the first is basic IT hygiene. So things like using strong passwords, rotating those passwords, multi-factor authentication, but also things like network monitoring is extremely important. And these are very basic things, but when you think about a company that lost 100 terabytes of data, if you have the proper monitoring in place and you see these very large transfers, we're talking about these transfers taking place over days or weeks. And that is something that a company needs to be aware of. And data is being collected by a lot of companies, and that data is going to continue to increase in terms of volume, and a lot of that will be used for training AI. So that will continue to be a target for these attacks.
Is anyone still talking about basic backup and recovery functions, the blocking and tackling of security management, or have we moved way beyond that?
So backups are useful when there's file encryption deployed, but not, like as I mentioned, including this $75 million payment, there was actually no file encryption. So it didn't matter if they had backups or not, they stole that data and they held that data for ransom. But companies absolutely should have backups. Those backups should be offline so that an attacker, if they encrypt files, they can restore it quickly and easily. And we also recommend using a zero trust architecture, moving away from flat VPN-based networks where if you gain access to one employee's computer, having access to the whole corporate network is a significant problem. That's the vast majority of these attacks.
Talk to us more about your thinking around using zero trust. Nothing is foolproof, of course, but why do you like zero trust so much?
So it really minimizes the attack surface. And we say if you can't reach it, you can't breach it. And so when you use Zero Trust, what you're doing is you're assigning a user to an application rather than basically logging them onto your network and allowing them to scan your network, identifying all the resources on your network, and then doing that lateral movement. That's a very key piece of these attacks.
Brett, take us out with an update on where law enforcement is with its advice or guidance around, do you pay the ransom or not? The FBI and other international law enforcement agencies have gone back and forth on this. Some of them have actually just taken a neutral stance. What's your sense there?
So it's a good question, and it's also something I don't necessarily recommend one way or the other. I think every company has to make that decision for themselves. Some companies, they're put in a position where it's, the entire business is on the line, where if they don't pay that ransom, they won't have a business. So I can understand, some people and some of these companies are in very difficult positions. Ideally, if they don't need to pay the ransom, they can restore from backups. Nothing too sensitive has been stolen. Then it's probably better not to pay a ransom.
Well, Brett, a great and chilling update on ransomware. Thanks so much for joining us at the Dark Reading News
Thank
Desk.
you. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. We've been talking with Brett Stonegross of Zscaler. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you next time. We are coming to you live from the Mandalay Bay Hotel in Las Vegas. We're at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney with the Dark Reading News Desk. We are live streaming till about 4 o'clock Pacific this afternoon, bringing you the best in trends and technology from all across the cybersecurity universe. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. It's Terry Sweeney with Dark Reading. I'm happy to welcome to the podium H.D. Moore, CEO and founder of Run Zero. H.D. Moore, welcome, sir.
Well, thanks for having me.
Thank you for doing this. Run Zero, of course, operates in the cyber asset attack surface management space, aka CASM. Can we start just with some context about CASM and what differentiates it from other security management solutions?
Yeah, sure thing. The concept behind CASM is you can't protect what you don't know about. So obviously, if you have part of your estate that you're not aware of, and you can't really defend it very well. I started Run Zero because as a pen tester, worked on Metasploit 15 years, lots of vulnerability assessment background, we kept breaking to well-funded, very secure organizations through assets they didn't know they had. And with Run Zero, we took a very different approach in that instead of using integrations only to gather data about what was there, we built a world-class scan engine, passive discovery engine that actually finds networks you don't know about, assets you weren't even aware of, assets that no existing system would be able to tell you about through an integration. So we started off with the hard thing first, which is we want to precisely identify assets anywhere in your environment with no credentials, no setup, no access. So if you're going to an environment that's post M&A and there are no IT people to help out,
Right.
yeah, we can find everything really quick.
I can imagine, especially through acquisitions and networks that really didn't show up on schematics, that sort of thing, but also stealth IT, equipment that employees bring in and just set up their own Wi-Fi, for example. Is this a fairly common occurrence?
Yeah, absolutely. Often your security team walks in, gets handed a spreadsheet by IT and said, here's what we have, here's our phone scan scope, here's your EDR, but they're obviously missing a large portion of the network. For customers of Run Zero, they typically find 25% more assets than they knew about before, even if they're using another CASM solution, because we actually go find them.
So the hunt and discovery aspect of CASM is obviously a big selling point.
Yeah, it's critical. I mean, obviously, if you don't know about the thing, you can't defend it. You can only protect devices that you have endpoint agent on, some kind of security control on. And for the devices you don't know about, typically there are no security controls.
All right. Gaze into your crystal ball, if you will, and tell us what you can see evolving in the CASM category, say, over the next 12 to 24 months. What do you see there?
Sure thing. The thing we're seeing right now is that integration data is not enough. You have to go get good data to tell customers things they don't know. You can't just sell them their own data back to them, basically. And so what we're saying in the CASM market, it's really becoming a subset of attack surface management, of exposure management. And at the end of the day, customers care about preventing a breach and being able to quickly respond to a breach if one happens. And that's what we're focused on, is those two problems.
All right. Run Zero recently unveiled a new research and an open source tool. Let's start with that research first. Tell us about the subject and some of the key findings.
Sure thing. So we took a really hard look at the secure shell ecosystem. So every type of secure shell you can imagine, not just OpenSSH, not the regression vulnerabilities, but literally everything that speaks to the protocol. And we found a long tail of problems that just no one else had run across yet because it requires really kind of deep testing of the protocol stack and the library. So we built a tool that we call Shamble, which is SSH Amble. And the idea behind it is that we'll poke and prod various parts of the protocol stack to be able to basically drop shells out of devices that would otherwise be secure.
All right. Anything that was surprising in there that maybe was unexpected or counterintuitive?
Quite a lot. We found a lot of ICS devices that would just give you a remote shell pre-authentication by tricking the state engine of the protocol to say, hey, just give me a session now, pre-authentication. We also found machines that would allow you to do port forwarding on machines even before you authenticate. We found all sorts of just misconfigurations, exposures across the board. One of the more surprising parts, though, is if you look at OpenSSH as an ecosystem, it's not just one thing. It's Apple has their own version of it. Debian and Ubuntu have their own version. Red Hat has its own version. The regression vulnerabilities recently reported by Qualys only affected some variants because of things. The libxz backdoor only affected things that link to systemd. And if you look at OpenSSH for Windows in particular, over 350 files are modified, and one of the most critical functions in the OpenSSH source code have been modified and effectively backdoored by accident through this modification. So just because something is OpenSSH doesn't mean it's actually secure. All those modifications really matter.
Excellent. Let's turn to the open source tool that you introduced. Talk about who it was designed for and some of its major functions.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, just like my background with Metasploit, we want to provide tools both for people who are testing their security systems as well as for researchers and engineers and developers who want to extend it. So this toolkit is a way to, one, just quickly scan your network and say, are any of these common misconfigurations that we found exposed in any of your equipment and your devices as a vendor or as a product security person? But also, do you have ideas for how to find new bugs? Is there another cool technique on SSH that you want to implement? You can drop it into this code, extend it, modularize it, just like you would with something like Metasploit.
Why did you choose open source? Just because of its wide adaptability?
Oh, I love open source. I spent about 20 years doing mostly open source stuff, and this is the first company where we weren't open source first. But we want to contribute back. We really want to collaborate with a bigger research community. We want to help find more cool bugs. We want to shake out all those insecurities, and the best way to do that is with the community.
Excellent. How can viewers access this tool and get more information about it?
Sure, you go to runzero.com, there's a link to the Shamble tool. Our GitHub repo is live right now. The code's a little messy, but it works great today, and we'd love to see your pull request or feedback.
Excellent. HD, thanks so much for this really great deep dive into the Chasm space. Thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Cool. Thank you, Terry.
We've been talking with HD Moore of Run Zero. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you next time.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. I'm Becky Bracken, editor with Dark Reading, and now I would like to welcome Chris Weisapel, CTO and founder of Veracode, who is here to talk about his briefing from HAL to HALT, thwarting Skynet siblings in the Gen AI coding era. Thanks so much for joining us, Chris.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so walk us through, we were talking a little bit before this about how you came up with the title for your briefing. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I actually used ChatGPT to come up with the title. I said, let's come up with something funny. I'm going to be talking about how AI code generation can create vulnerabilities in code, and that's a problem. What's a lighthearted way to talk about this serious topic? And it came up with, from HAL to HALT, thwarting Skynet siblings in the Gen AI coding era.
Okay, and HAL referencing our 2001 Space Odyssey.
Yes,
friend.
so HAL was an AI which kind of went rogue at the end and killed the astronauts.
Excellent. So you are looking at really the feasibility of using Gen AI to create secure code today, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And what are you finding?
So there's no doubt that Gen AI code generation is a big productivity boost.
Sure.
There's data out there saying it's 30 to 50% productivity boost over a developer that's not using this. So like, what company doesn't want their software team to have 30 to 50% more resources or developers? So it's going to be used. It's popular. The thing is, you have to understand what are the downsides of using Gen AI code tools. And I'm trying to raise awareness that, while it might make good functional code that does what you want it to do, it's also generating vulnerabilities, much like human developers do. It shouldn't be really surprising that when it learned based on open source code and other coding sources, it learned how to code like a regular developer would.
And we're already, we can see this now in open source repositories, your log4js and your vulnerabilities that creep in there.
Absolutely.
This could kind of be exponentially worse, right?
So the difference with this is from the code that's made by regular developers is it can write a lot more code a lot faster. So what you end up doing is creating more code and more vulnerabilities per unit of time. Right? We're trying to accelerate everything in software development, and if you actually accelerate the code generation process, and the code generation process is creating vulnerabilities at the same kind of density that a human coder would, what you're doing is you're accelerating the number of vulnerabilities you need to deal with. So you need to figure out, how do I find vulnerabilities faster? And most importantly, how do I fix vulnerabilities faster? Because I have to fix these problems or I end up with vulnerable software.
So let's kind of go around the AI landscape and which of the models that exist right now are good at writing code?
Yeah, so there's a new framework that came out, I think it just came out a month ago from Notre Dame, where they came up with a way to test LLMs and look at the code they generate and see which one creates more vulnerabilities. They're doing it on Python code. They make it create 100 Python applications, and then they analyze them. And it turns out that there's this coding-specific LLM called StarCoder, which actually makes the least vulnerable code.
But not no
vulnerabilities,
code, right.
no vulnerabilities. And then behind it was ChatGPT 4.0, and then ChatGPT 3.5, and then there were some other LLMs they looked at. I can't remember the name of them all, that were worse. And so I think this is a great framework because it just raises awareness that choosing the LLM you use actually can make a difference with how secure the code's going to be.
And it sounds very similar to what we do with just language in AI. It'll spit out something, but that editing process, separating the wheat from the chaff, can be almost more cumbersome than just starting from scratch. Is that sort of the same comparison?
It's sort of the same thing. You wanna. It's sort of like why you would train your developers to write secure code.
Right.
They're not going to be perfect. They're still going to write code that has vulnerabilities, but you want a better starting point.
It does sound like this. That the lure of the productivity boost and the hard push that the entire sector is trying to make on this shift left idea,
yes.
Developing secure code, and it's almost like they're diametrically opposed, that they're sort of pushing against one another. How will that sort out?
So the people like me who have been in application security for a while, we've had to change our processes to keep up with the tooling that developers are using, right? So it used to be developers would write code for a month, then we'd run tests for a few days, we'd fix the issues, and we'd push it to production. Then DevOps came along, and you write a little code, you test a little code, you push a little code to production. So we had to figure out, well, how do we run a security test on that little piece of code as fast as the developers are moving, pushing multiple times a day? So then we came up with DevSecOps and built the tools into the development pipeline, made it part of the process. Now with AI code generation, I feel like we're getting even faster, and now we need something to deal with the fact that vulnerabilities are going to be found at a faster rate. We don't want to slow down the development process with humans fixing the code. So one of the things I'm proposing is if you're going to generate code with AI, you're going to need to fix the code with AI.
And how good is it at that?
So a general purpose LLM can fix some security bugs, but it turns out it's not great at it. And so we're seeing specialized LLMs that are trained just to secure code. This is one of the things we're doing at Veracode. There's other companies doing this. We've trained an LLM on how to write secure code. If you see a coding pattern that's insecure, like cross-site scripting, SQL injection, this is how you want to change it to a secure coding pattern. And so we can then automatically fix these vulnerabilities, just like you're writing code with Gen AI, we're going to fix vulnerabilities with Gen AI. And I think that's kind of the future of how to keep up.
And so one can assume that the code that you're using in your models is pristine and clean, and it is, it's being trained on clean code.
Right. So it's all about the training data set. And if you're going to train on all of the open source code, you're going to get code that kind of looks like open source code. And we know there's new open source vulnerabilities being found on a daily basis.
Right.
Some of them massively bad, like Log4j, where they're widespread. But even something which is in a package that maybe has 100 deployments or 100 users, it's going to learn on these projects that might not have the same level of security scrutiny that developers at the Apache project did for Log4j. Right. So that's one of the problems. It's learning from all these small projects. It's learning from code that students have written, right? Students use GitHub, and that's publicly available. So it's learned a lot of these bad practices. What you want is a data set that's curated to be known to be secure code.
Sure.
So known bad code, known secure code, and you also want to do supervised learning. One of the supervised learning is expensive because basically you need an expert to then check to make sure the right answer.
What is supervised learning? I'm not.
So with supervised learning, what you do is you say, okay, I want my LLM to fix SQL injection in Java.
Okay.
So I'm going to come up with a bunch of examples of SQL injection, bad SQL queries, bad code. Then I'm going to come up with a set of good ones, and I'm going to train the LLM. If you see something that looks like this bad pattern, you want to be able to generate the good pattern. Then what you're going to do is you're going to actually use the LLM with a human expert and see if it actually has the right answer. And if it doesn't have the right answer, you trained it poorly. There's really no such thing as the supervised learning on these foundational LLMs because you would need an expert in every topic in the world.
It would be too expensive and cumbersome.
It would be way too expensive. So those are just unsupervised learning, and we just hope it doesn't hallucinate, right? We just hope it's learned more of the correct answers than the wrong answers, and that most of the time it will be correct. Hopefully it's correct almost all the time.
Right.
But with supervised learning, you can make sure it's correct.
That is a fascinating topic. Can you tell our audience where they can learn more about this?
Yes. So you can learn more about what we've done at Veracode at the Veracode website. We have a page on Veracode Fix, and we have a blog post. We talk about how we've gone through the process of making our LLM be smart here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your important work and for sharing it with us today at the Dark Reading News Desk.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. That was Chris Vysokol, CTO of Veracode. We are going to take a quick break, and up next we will have our editor-in-chief, Kelly Jackson Higgins. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Hi, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. I was a little teased there. We promised Kelly Jackson Higgins, but instead you've got me back. I am here with Maxime Rossi-Ballon. He is a security researcher with Quark's Lab, and he is here to share new techniques for taking control of a Samsung Galaxy and stealing its secrets. Hello, Maxime. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for receiving me.
Tell us a little bit about why you chose this area to focus on in your research.
Well, first of all, I have been working on this field for a couple of years now, and so yeah, it's a field where I'm quite confident with, and I have some knowledge about how the device starts, and basically, yeah.
So you've been looking at a Samsung Galaxy in particular, or devices, hardware devices generally?
So we focused our research on a specific device, which is a Samsung A225F device. So it's a device that is based on a MediaTek system on chip. So it's the CPU of the device that is made by MediaTek.
Okay.
And yeah, so we have found a couple of bugs that we present in this research, and but these bugs, so we found them on this device, but they also applies on other devices of the same family of device from Samsung. And
is it that where the
common point of all these devices is that they all have a MediaTek system on chip.
Okay.
So they are most of them from the Galaxy A family of device. So they are, let's say, low and middle end devices.
So how ubiquitous are these devices? Are there millions of them out in circulation? Is it a specialized kind of piece of equipment?
No, they are very common. These are the devices you will find if you look for a Samsung for less than $400. It's probably going to be one of these devices. So not necessarily based on MediaTek, but at least part of this family of devices.
Understood. So tell us a little bit about the attack chain. How are adversaries going to get in there?
So basically, the chain of bugs that we present, there are 4 bugs, and the first part of these bugs are for these first bugs, we target one of the bootloaders. So basically, it's when the device starts, it will run this piece of code in which we found the vulnerabilities. So for the attack, we need to shut down the device. We plug the USB cable, and then we trigger the exploits. And from there, we take control over this piece of code that is going to load the full OS that is called Android in this case, and we take full control over Android. So basically, we gain root access on Android from the USB cable.
So this sounds fairly low tech. Is that the case? Is this a pretty easy hack to pull off?
Once you have the exploit implemented, yeah, it's kind of easy to use.
And
Definitely.
tell us about the exploit. How does that work?
So the exploit will use, so there are 4 bugs here. There are 4 exploits.
Okay.
The first one is to flash some JPEGs on the device from the USB cable. That's the first part of the exploit. I'm not sure if the people watching us are familiar with Odin. This is the recovery protocol that is designed by Samsung. Basically, when your phone is bricked, you can recover it using this tool.
Okay.
So we have found a first bug here, and
in this
thanks to that bug,
Samsung-specific recovery tool.
Exactly,
Okay.
a Samsung-specific recovery tool. And from there, we will drop some images. And these images will be printed on screen by this bootloader. So when they show Samsung as a logo, basically they are using images. And we found a bug in the way that they load images in this bootloader. So it's a heap overflow, for using technical terms.
Yeah, yeah.
And basically we can execute, thanks to that, we can execute code inside this bootloader.
And so what kind of code would an adversary execute to do maximum damage?
Yeah, so the code we executed is basically we are modifying a bit the Android system so that we gain root privileges.
Okay.
And then the next time the device boots, we can install anything. Like we can install a piece of software with all the privileges that we can use later to access the images, the messages. We can turn on the microphone, we can use the camera, whatever we want, basically.
So this is something that could be potentially very valuable to an APT group or someone that is doing a lot of surveillance and espionage, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Have there been any examples that you found of this being exploited in the wild, or is this still under wraps?
So, similar example of these specific bugs being used, you mean?
Correct.
So these bugs, we reported them to the vendor, so they are now fixed, and to my knowledge, no one else except us exploited them.
Okay.
So, no.
No.
To answer your question,
And so there is a fix in place. Do you have a concern or a hunch that these sorts of exploits are perhaps more common across other devices than Samsung, this specific version? Is this a unique issue to these devices with that chipset?
So, I think this type of issues are common. They are not necessarily easy to find because usually the bootloaders, the piece of code that is supposed to load the full OS is closed source most of the time. So for researchers like me, it's not easy to get into it and find bugs. So that's probably why it's not that easy to get there in the first place.
So what is the takeaway? What do you want the cybersecurity community to take away from this beyond just these specific exploits in this specific device?
Yeah, so the first reason why we wanted to present this in the first place is to share knowledge. We wanted to share our experience with other researchers so that they could basically apply the same patterns on other devices or maybe on the same device. And also it's probably we have not seen many researches targeting low and middle-end devices. Most of the time, these devices are leftovers by security researchers. They rather work on flagships, and there are many users for these devices. So why not looking at them as well? So yeah, that's one thing. And as a recommendation, I think for generally when it comes to smartphones, you should update your devices. You should remember my mom having always these notifications on her phone saying there is an available update. She was never applying the update. So that's something you should do every time there is one. It will prevent, it will fix vulnerabilities such as this one. Yeah.
How was it working with Samsung with the disclosure process and them applying fixes? Was that an easy interaction?
Yeah, they made it very easy for us. We reported the vulnerabilities. They have a security research team who is handling this, and actually we reported the bugs through an email, but there is a platform that you should use for that. So in any case, they were super reactive and super responding. And they fixed everything in time so that we could disclose the vulnerabilities in conferences such as Black Hat.
Wonderful. So anybody who is out there with these devices, they can feel confident that these vulnerabilities have been shored up.
Yeah. And they should update their device, definitely.
And update your devices. That is the consumer tip. Tell me where our audience can find out more about your work and what's going on.
So I guess Black Hat will publish the video of the talk and the slides, but we will also most likely, so we will release the proof of concept on GitHub. So all the scripts we use to exploit the vulnerabilities, they will be released. And yeah, maybe there will be some a blog post about the research if we have some updates about it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Maxim Rossi-Bellum from Quarks Lab, who has taken a look at the Samsung device and found some interesting things. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, as promised, our editor-in-chief, Kelly Jackson Higgins, will be up next at the desk. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk at Black Hat USA. I'm Kelly Jackson-Higgins, Editor-in-Chief at Dark Reading. And with me today, I have Brian Monkman, Executive Director of NetSec Open, and Fernando Montenegro, Senior Principal Analyst of Omdia. Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for inviting us.
Welcome. So I want to first start, because not everybody knows about NetSec Open. So maybe, Brian, you could tell us a little about what NetSec Open is, what its mission is.
NetSec Open is a business association made up focusing on the cybersecurity space, consisting of security product vendors, test labs, and test tool vendors. The goal is to create standardized test requirements that any lab that's accredited can execute on and produce, we hope, apples to apples results. So you could look at a vendor's data sheet that was tested by one of our accredited labs, and then another vendor had the same data sheet using against the same standards, and you have confidence that you're being able to compare similar numbers. Unlike today, it's kind of like the wild, wild west right now.
Yeah, I've been covering that space back in the day, and it's been kind of a fraud area, right? There hasn't been really like a true, unbiased place to get that information, right? So that's what you all are trying to...
That's the goal, yes, absolutely.
Okay, and it's specifically network security products, right? You have
Correct.
Okay, great. So I know we talked a while ago about a standard that you all were working on that would be an IETF plus standard. Can you tell us where that stands?
It has been formally adopted by the IETF as an informational RFC, and it was a long process. We learned an awful lot throughout it. But it was a worthwhile process because we look at it as we developed a body of work that we gave back to the community by having it published by the IETF. So that means anybody could take the test specs and run tests themselves. The only difference between what we're doing from we accredit labs to do the tests, and we make sure that they follow things, do things in a certain way, make sure it's reproducible, the whole bit.
I should have asked you first, talk about the types of things you're testing for.
Well, right now we're focusing on next generation firewalls, next generation IPSs. The test requirements are all the key things that you would think both of those products would have. The key difference, though, I think, in what we're doing is that we're requiring that the product be configured once to address everything that's in the test. So no tweaking as you're going along and massaging things to get better numbers and so on. So we all know that if you have malware coming on it, your performance results are going to drop off. And security product vendors come into the program knowing exactly that. So, but it's an important thing. Enterprises really like that, and like to know that what they're looking at is going to be something approaching real life.
So how do you get all these vendors to agree to put themselves out there like that?
Well, I've developed a pretty good ability to herd cats. That's the tough one, getting the agreement, and that's one of the reasons why it's taken as long as it has, is because you're building consensus. Sometimes you got to try to thread the needle between being a dictator sometimes and knowing when to just stand back and let the conversation flow. And I think we've done a pretty good job, and we're taking the lessons learned and moving forward and developing things. We hope in a more rapid manner.
So, just from the enterprise perspective, maybe you could address this, Miranda. From what you see out there, how hard is it, for enterprise security team to get good, solid information about how to compare different products they're looking at in the network security space?
Well, it is a problem, and I'll go back to very early in my career. I was doing those kinds of implementations, right? I was taking those spreadsheets, I was running those network security products through the staging environment, and I was finding wildly different performance numbers. And it was interesting because I remember going to a more senior engineer at the time, and I said, "But look, those numbers don't match." And they would look at me and said, "Come on, everybody knows this, right? Those numbers, you don't. You're so naive, the young one, etc." Right? So it has been a perennial problem, and in our view, information security is becoming essential, critical. we use the term digital dependence, right? It's here, and one of the characteristics of that is that we are going to need much more stringent buying processes to account for, this infrastructure is critical. Right now, where enterprises are spending a lot of their time running through the same gauntlet that I had to run many, many years ago. And we're really looking forward with the efforts such as NetSec Open to get this to simplify that process. Right?
So the word open really strikes me in your name, right? And so you're talking about vendors. How are you balancing vendors and open?
And what, sorry?
Open, the word open. So I think open source, I know that's not what you mean,
So,
but open to...
Very simply put, for example, vendors are going to be in control of how the information is released until it's actually released.
Okay.
And then once the information is released as in published as a certification or whatever, the test methodology is freely available. Configuration of the vendor's product will be made available to anybody who's interested. The baseline configuration of the test tool, the same thing. We produce our reports based on the raw data. I'm investigating the possibility of sharing this raw data with online entities that can then produce searchable databases to look at that. But the important thing. Having NetSec Open produce reports is really only a small piece of the puzzle. It's tying all of this together, which is one of the reasons why we've established a partnership with Omdia, because it's great to have all these reports up there, but you need to make sense of it. So we need a partnership from an independent entity like Omdia to be able to take these reports, pull them together, interpret them, and produce a group report that has Omdia analysis on top of it. And having an independently produced group report is good, because I think you really need to have an arm's length relationship with group reports like that, for them to be credible. I think if you have a group report produced by the same entity that's doing the testing, you're only asking for questions, and you're only going to wonder how valid are these results, because so many vendors will not be some vendors won't be happy because there's going to be winners and losers and so on.
Yeah.
But at least if you have an expert, like Fernando here,
You get to take the arrows, is that what happens?
Basically.
So tell us about what you guys are doing with these reports, like how you're...
So we're working together as the reports are coming out, and we're looking at them as one aspect of a broader profile of vendors, right? Because the performance characteristics and of key devices, very important, the security characteristics under load are key, right? Because that's what we're trying to. That's what enterprises are looking for. Okay, how will
so
these
it's not
things?
just performance. It's
No.
also
It's security characteristics
Okay.
under load.
Right.
And then those things, like Brian said, those things are a component to a broader view of a vendor, because we're talking to them. Okay, so tell us from a strategy perspective, where are you taking these products? Tell us from a pricing perspective, where are you with these products, so that enterprises can get closer to a price per megabyte comparison, like a price per, and that makes it for a more mature selection process. I go back to my catnip of security economics, right? We are as security becomes more critical, we have to look at these things as a more rational economic decisions, and efforts such as these are a phenomenal step in that direction.
So we're coming at the end of our time. Tell me how you can get access to these reports now if you're an organization looking for this
They're
information.
going to be posted on the NetSec Open website.
Okay, and they're free?
And free of charge.
Okay.
And no registration wall behind,
Okay,
in
so there's
front
no
of it.
like
That's
concerns
that's
about the
goal.
vendors coming
Yeah.
to pitch
So
you afterwards?
One key thing I'd like to touch on just before we wrap up is that we want enterprises to be involved.
Okay.
There is really four categories in the wheel. You got the test tool vendors, you got the labs, you got the security product vendors, and we really should have enterprises involved. And because so often you'll hear, a security product vendor say, well, that sort of feature or functionality that you're looking at including isn't important because, enterprises don't seem to be interested in it. I'd like to have some way to validate that. I'd love to have enterprises involved in some capacity, be it an advisory group, be it enterprises that would come to our meetings and disagree with some of the things that are out there. We're looking behind the scenes participants. We're looking for public participants. I would love it if somebody, an enterprise that was interested, would reach out to myself or Fernando and say, hey, how can we work with NetSec Open?
Yeah, I think that would be key because I think most organizations would like to have a way to have a voice in that too.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you both for catching us up on this really important project. That was Brian Monkman with NetSec Open and Fernando Montenegro with Omdia. Kelly Jackson Higgins, we're going to take a little break and we'll be right back. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk, live from Las Vegas and Black Hat USA 2024. Our final interview at this year's Dark Reading News Desk will be with Michael Bargary, CTO of Zenity, who is here at Black Hat USA with a bit of news on Microsoft Copilot. Hello, Michael.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Of course, we're thrilled that you're here. So your research has been getting a lot of attention. Microsoft Copilot itself has been getting a lot of attention. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about why you decided to look at it and what you found.
Absolutely. I think AI is capturing all of our imaginations right now, and we all we look at it and it's so amazing. Like I've changed my entire day-to-day work,
Really?
Bringing AI into the things that I do. But when you look at this technology, you also understand that it's very immature. And one of the things that's really cool or weird about Microsoft Copilot is how fast the largest enterprises in the world are adopting it. Like you look at a large bank, they're not the ones you're thinking about that are gonna adopt things like in 3 months after they were released. But this is happening with Microsoft Copilot, so this is what got me interested.
So tell me a little bit about how Microsoft Copilot functions within the enterprise and sort of why that businesses have been so quick to adopt.
So Microsoft Copilot is kind of like trying to bring in all of the context that a business user has in their day-to-day work to really be a companion to them. So it has access to your email, to your calendar, to your Teams messages, all of your files. And actually, if you bring in plugins, it can actually work on your behalf. So it's like the perfect tool for a business user to use AI in the context that they are already operating.
But that AI is sitting on a ton, I imagine, of very sensitive information. How protected is that?
That's exactly it. Like the thing that they have built there is that the AI basically inherits your own identity. It operates on your behalf, which means that it has access to everything you have access to, like all of your emails, all of your files, every sensitive thing you ever written, even the things you write to yourself in your mailbox, AI can read that.
Wow. So what are the vulnerabilities that you were able to discover?
So the thing with AI is that there is no real distinction between data and instructions. What our research reveals is that basically by sending you an email, I can completely take over Copilot and use it to do whatever I want on your behalf. I can search for your sensitive files. I can get Copilot to tell you whatever I want Copilot to tell you. So I can have Copilot as a malicious insider luring you to my malicious website.
It's like automatic business email compromise or something.
Exactly, without a compromise. I only need to send you an email. That's basically the equivalent of an RCE with in the Copilot world.
So tell me how this works.
So basically, Copilot is built on a pile of data, right? That's your data. Now, that data is not 100% trusted because if it's looking at your emails, I can send you an email. It's looking at your Teams messages, I can send you a Teams message. I can share a file, I can share a calendar invite. This automatically gets read by Copilot. And then that's a way in for an attacker to get their data in. So that's just...
Because it's being ingested.
Exactly.
Regardless.
But that's just data. Now you need to escalate from data to instruction. And the thing about AI is that there's no clear distinction.
Say more about that. I don't completely understand what you mean by that.
So when AI gets to read your document, it just gets a bunch of text. And on the other side, when AI gets its instructions, like how is Microsoft Copilot supposed to behave, that's also text. How does AI know, how does the LLM know what is text and what is instructions? What is data and what's instructions?
Got it.
It doesn't know that. So there are some things that that LLM providers have tried to do, things that are like system messages, but you can get around them. So basically what we've done is we've convinced Copilot that this is not just an email. This is part of its instructions. This is called jailbreaking. And people have been doing that, like over the internet. People are having fun getting these models to do things like, I don't know, talk about things that they should not talk about or produce images they should not produce. We've taken that and shown that this can actually impact the enterprise today.
What has the reaction been?
So first of all, this has been a crazy week. Like I've never had such a reaction to a research. People are really excited, worried. I think one of the things that I think is really important for me to stress is that I think AI is really cool. I think we...
You're a user, you said.
We have to use AI. We don't have another option. But we need to understand, one of the analogies I'm trying to get to use here is that AI right now is like experimental drugs. Experimental drugs are important. There are clear use cases for that. But when you get into a clinical trial, you are doing a risk assessment, right? Using AI right now is getting into a clinical trial. And you need to do your own risk assessment. You need to own your part.
That is really interesting because around so many discussions about AI this week, I have seen sort of this competition between the productivity and the security that is lost in using those productivity tools. How is that going to resolve itself? Will there be high-profile breaches? I mean, you said yourself, people are adopting Copilot, businesses are adopting Copilot. It does seem sort of like a perfect formula for disaster.
I think one of the things, so first of all, Microsoft has really tried. We've identified 10 different security mechanisms that they have implemented into Copilot to try and fend off these kind of attacks. And this is far more than what all of the other providers have done.
Good to know.
It's still not enough because this is an open attack vector. I think the number one thing we need to have right now as an industry is observability. We need to acknowledge the fact that we are learning as we're doing this. And so people need to be able to observe what these things are doing on their behalf. If the AI chooses to perform an operation on my behalf, read a file, I need to know exactly what it does. And I need to be able to monitor it. It needs to be open. And we need to be open about the kind of problems that we're finding. So everybody together as a community, both the people that are using this and the people that are building this, we need to understand the magnitude of our responsibility here and the risk. And we have to be transparent because otherwise, we're learning as we're doing this. As this is already deployed in large organizations, we are finding new attack vectors. We have to work together on this.
What is the smart way? What recommendations would you give enterprise teams who are looking at Copilot? Would you say, yes, go for it with a caveat? Would you say, hold off? What do you think about that?
So absolutely go for it, because there's no other way. Like, we work in security. We don't get to say no. We tried that doesn't work. So don't do it.
Good point.
What I think you should do is first figure out, understand that this is your risk to own. Don't just get something and say, oh, the vendor is going to fix it. It's not up to the vendor. Of course, it's also up to the vendor, but it's also up to you. The second thing that you need to do is you have to be monitoring those interactions. You have to find those cases where there's prompt injection happening, where the AI reads an email and then all of a sudden it goes and searches for sensitive data. Those things need to raise a flag somewhere. And you also need to understand that there's no free lunch. If AI gets access to important data, which is what you need for it to be important, to be useful, you create an attack vector. It's the same thing.
I'm interested in sort of your thoughts on, because these AI models need your data, they need your most intimate data really to work. Are we going to move from these large public language models to more specific, curated, trained AI models on specific things?
That's really an interesting question, and to be honest, I don't really know, because what we've focused on here is really like a lot of the industry has been focused on what are these models seeing? Like, is the LLM vendor going to get my data? And what I'm trying to show here in this research is that I think we're missing an entire category of risk that we haven't thought about, which is that it doesn't matter if the LLM is private or if it's public or if it's strong or weak or operates on your device. Once you give the LLM the ability to act on your behalf, this LLM can be tricked. This means that you give a hacker the ability to act on your behalf as well.
Let's talk about, just finally here, you talk about there is no free lunch, own your own risk. What does that mean specifically, and what should teams know about owning that risk?
So first of all, there are many configurations that you can have on the level of your tenant to try and restrict things down. So do you allow AI to search the web, for example? Do you allow AI to search for in all SharePoint sites or just the public ones? There are different choices you can make. And again, think about the risk-reward thing for those choices. And then when you look at extendability, like when you give AI the ability to actually send an email or change the CRM, this is where you need to be extra careful, and you need to understand, okay, who's getting access to this? What is the threat vector that could be happening here? And also monitor those conversations. Like collect them, make sure they are logged, make sure you have detection in place to find when somebody's playing around, somebody's using it to fetch sensitive data, and when an indirect prompt injection occurs, and all of a sudden you have an RC in your hand and like an attacker gets hold of somebody's identity.
Michael Bargary, thank you so much for joining us again this year and sharing your blockbuster research with us. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you so much. I had so much fun.
Great. Michael Barger, CTO of Zenity. Well, everybody, that is it. It's a wrap for our 2 full days of coverage. I want to thank everybody for tuning in at home, and I want to thank our team and our crew here at the Mandalay Bay. Thank you all. We will see you again next year.